Well, good morning and welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. This week, now that it's Tuesday, from now on this week, we will be dealing with the congressional districts. I'm Jane Anderson. I'll be your chair for this week with my vice chair, Ray Kennedy. So could you please take roll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Florenshari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
And Commissioner Anderson.
And I am here. Thank you, Robbie.
You're welcome.
Before we jump into actual work, I'm going to give you an overview of what we're doing this week, today, and when public comment will be happening. So today is Tuesday, and it's a little tricky because this is the whole beginning of a new set of meetings. They start on Tuesday through Saturday. And what we have been doing in the last week and is on our original mapping plan is we were going to one section of the state on one day, jumping to the second, and going back on the third, and then back on the fourth. We're going to reverse that this time. Today and tomorrow, we'll be doing the southern part of the state. That includes Los Angeles, Orange County, San Diego, Imperial, San Bernardino, Riverside. We're going to do that Tuesday and Wednesday. On Thursday and Friday, we will be doing the Central Valley, the Bay Area, the coasts, and the north. Then Saturday, we'll be revisiting everything that needs work and trying to wrap it up Saturday evening. Though that's the game plan for the week. For today, we're going to do an overview of our draft map for the congressional districts, because we've been working hard and long on our assembly districts. And so now it's time to change gears, remember what those draft congressional districts look like. And we will then also go through each commissioner to say, now, what parts of this state do you want to work on? And we'll take notes on that, get a whole list going. And then we'll actually go into a quick closed session and jump into line drawing in the southern part of the state. So that's what's going on today. So now what everyone wants to hear about is public comment. We're trying to be very consistent. We've been trying to take public comment every day. We value and appreciate the public calling in. And what we've decided is the lines will open for public comment at 5:45 and they will close at 6:15. At 6:15, we'll be back from a 15-minute break and we will start taking public comments. The plan's to do that every day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Now, on some days, we will probably have to come back and continue working on mapping. When that happens, we will let you know, because we have to let all our vendors know, and we'll let you know during the day. Additionally, what I will try to do is several times during the day, I'll make the announcement about public comment. So everyone has an idea, and I will also tell us where we are for the public who calls in and say, well, what are they doing now? And I'll try to give a quick update on that. Additionally, for public comment, the time will be 1.5 minutes, and you'll be notified in the 30 seconds and notified in 15 seconds. So with that, I'd like to have our staff. Well, first of all, any other announcements from other commissioners? Or any questions about what anything else said so far? Oh yes, Commissioner Sinai.
I was wondering, since we worked so hard on the assembly map, would it be smart, or one way to start is saying what we liked and what we learned so that we make sure that we apply that to the congressional? So we have that list of what, we spent so many hours, let's make sure that we learn from that.
Thank you. Commissioner Sobhani?
Yeah, so I'll just offer, in response to that, certainly, Commissioner Fornishari and I had worked on a plan for, our approach to mapping at each of the levels. And I think the general thought process was that there would be time to discuss and review the priorities that were identified last week on Monday by everyone, as well as hopefully an opportunity for folks to reflect on assembly and identify those key priorities before we jump into the actual mapping today. So, I'm not sure if we'll have time for all of that, but I think I agree with you that having a little time to discuss what we've learned through this process thus far, as well as what are our top priorities in mapping, I think can help us not go so far down into the weeds in some areas and stay focused on those top level issues.
Thank you for that. Yes, if the commission would like to review what we did, and particularly process-wise, what we liked, in terms of returning to the previous priority list, I know myself, several of those were specifically for the assembly districts. And so what I want to do is essentially update that now for the congressional districts, because there'll be certain areas that, different phases, we learn different things. And I know that working on the assembly district, I realized, oh, we've worked that out on the congressional. And so we can certainly have a pull that up. But I'd like us to make sure we look at what we want to change on these maps. So yes, certainly let's jump in and get a sort of a bit of a round robin here on what we learned from the assembly, what we liked, what we didn't like. And whoever wants to go first, raise your hands. Well, I think we're all quiet today. Commissioner Sinai, thank you.
I don't have all my thoughts in line, but I didn't want to waste precious minutes that we have. But I see that Russell has his hand up. So I'm going to let Russell go first while I jot down my notes that I do have, but I want to put them in one place.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. What I learned to appreciate you all the more. It's a lot of wisdom in having 14 of us, and 40 million people is a lot of people to divide up fairly. So just super appreciating the process and the structure of our commission and the fabulous staff and how that all works out when we're actually drawing maps. And what I learned is, of course, every area has very, very specific considerations. I'm a little hesitant actually to draw any widespread lessons because each region just depends on its own particulars, and that's what I'm learning is we have to look at each region, take into consideration everything we can, and make fair-minded decisions. And I think we have.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Yee. I might just say for myself, I appreciate Commissioner Toledo, who was valiantly led us through the entire process last week, and for the first time. So that's always much more difficult. And he did so with a cheery attitude, kept us all working together, and cheered us along. And I really appreciate that. So, Commissioner Fornishari.
Sure, I'll jump in. I really like what Commissioner Yee just said. I think that was very insightful. I think one of the lessons learned, right, in addition to each area being individual and having individual needs, and we have to focus on those needs. I think just kind of, we identified some big picture issues that we needed to address. And I thought yesterday we were pretty effective at, staying out of the weeds and for the most part, and focusing on those big picture items that we need to address. And I left yesterday feeling a whole lot better than I went in yesterday. I was pretty pessimistic going into yesterday, frankly, that we would get somewhere where we were, pretty happy. Specifically for Congress, though, there are a few things, few items that I want to put on the list. First item is, what is our target population for our districts? We got to figure that out, right? Last time it was plus or minus 1, I think, ish. Is it 1? Is it 10? Probably not 100, but what's that going to be? Second thing is, we've got about, according to my calculations, we have about 17,000 people in the North State, too many. And so we have to march that population down. And how are we going to do it? We've got our VRA districts in the Central Valley. So, we got to think about marching them down the coast, marching them down the mountains. And as you move population down, you move district lines up. So, just something we need to think about. Couple specifics I need, want to get our VRA districts right. Want to put Tahoe back with its counties. And then, we had a lot of work in Southern California.
Thank you, Commissioner Forshari. At this point, that's what I was sort of hoping to do. We're kind of mixing what we're doing here. We were going to do, the staff have a look at the whole congressional map and then do let's make our priority list. And, that's sort of what you were saying is we have Tahoe, so if we want to do that at the same time right now, don't just talk about, what we liked and didn't like from the assembly maps, but make our list, then we can do that now. But as I see, I might ask my vice chair on that one. Were you going to comment on that? No. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So I'd like to kind of keep this about, maybe I misunderstood, but this is a sort of a review of what we did or process that we want to bring into this week. Yeah. And then we're going to do a quick overview of the maps and write our list up of the different areas. So that's okay. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. What I learned is that individually we can work with the mappers, which I feel really helped us move things along, especially yesterday. And I just want to say that I really appreciate our mappers and how responsive they are and just their positive attitude. And I just can't say enough about that. And in terms of moving forward, I think time was spent in terms, in my opinion, there was wasted time in terms of, how do I say this? Questioning why we're going into a certain area. If a commissioner wants to go in a certain area, that's what the first few days are for. If we go into the weeds, that's what the first few days are for. The last day, maybe not so much, but what I learned is that we need to be respectful of each other's, what we want to go into or not, and we try to provide the same respect to all of them. So just because we're done with one section, we still have to show the same respect for the next section. So that's my lessons. I don't know, lessons learned, if that's a good way to put it. And I think that's it right now because we're not talking about priorities. So thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing was, thing I learned is that we're all dedicated to this process and we're all willing to go past midnight. So thank you very much. And if it does go past midnight, we've got to do it right and we don't want to rush it. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to what's already been said, I found it very useful for us to set some time parameters before we started explorations, so that we knew going into it that we're not planning to spend more than half an hour. If we got to the end of half an hour and felt that we were very close, we could make a conscious decision to extend that half an hour. But I think it was very useful for us to establish that kind of time parameter before we started explorations. And then it kept us all focused on the time limitations that we are facing. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Snai.
I'd say I love our passion, vision, commitment, persistence, and sometimes all of those also annoy me. Yeah, our good is sometimes our bad. I do appreciate everyone's understanding of local communities, but I feel that sometimes we need to make sure we check that we're doing something collectively versus individually, and that what are other people thoughts and feelings and what they have heard, because we've got thousands and thousands of communities of interest and we all have different perspectives. I think Commissioner Vasquez was right yesterday that when you get the draft maps, you hear one thing, but if you look back, there might have been another perspective. And so we can always find a perspective that's going to support what we're saying. I think sometimes we need to look for the perspective that's not supporting what we think to really check ourselves. We need to constantly be checking ourselves and our assumptions and checking each other. I really appreciate when people say, wait, I just looked at this and it says that, when I'm when I'm struggling with a piece, and I really appreciate that teamwork. The other piece I think is really critical. It shouldn't matter if we're in the room in Sacramento or if we're online. We should all be getting equal voice and our opinions should be seen and heard equally. And last week, there were times when those of you in the room would be laughing and giggling and it looked like we could tell conversations were happening. And there were times we weren't being seen online when we were raising our hands or trying to disagree or agree with something. So I think it's very critical for the chair to maybe have 2 screens up or whatnot, but just to be able to see every hand, every person, so that we're all equally accessible to the conversation.
Thank you. Well, on that's you got your wish, because I'm chairing and I'm here by myself in my own house. So I can only see the people who are on the screen. And when they raise their hands, they go to the top left corner. So that's how I plan on doing that. And I will, if it turns out that you have your hand raised and I cannot see you, please speak up, say, Chair, because I do not mean to not call on people. So I appreciate everything that's been said so far. Any other thoughts and lessons learned? I actually liked, I'm sorry, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor? Okay. As soon as you are able to come on, we'll let you in. In meanwhile, we'll take Commissioner Lakutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. I think a lot of the things that my fellow commissioners have said, I agree wholeheartedly with, and I appreciate all of their lessons learned. And I think my one lesson learned that I want to add to this conversation right now is that aspect of teamwork and collaboration that we all had. I think what it comes down to is there are 14 of us, and I think all 14 of us don't have to repeat the same things. I think if there's disagreement, someone will say it, but if there's not disagreement, it means, for the most part, I guess maybe this is wrong of me to assume this, but I'm going to assume there's general agreement on it. And I think we saw that when Commissioner Toledo was also chairing in terms of finding consensus. So, and on that note, I also want to just say that just because someone on the commission may mention an area doesn't mean that any one of us have forgotten about an area. I think this is the teamwork. There's a lot of information that we're working with, and we're all trying our best to try to be mindful and stay on top of everything. But at some point, it's not that we're going to forget, but we may be focused on something else at that moment or something else, and someone else. I think this is the teamwork where someone else on the commission is able to uplift areas where we have talked about that we want to make sure we don't forget. So I appreciated that, and just wanted to point that out. One other thing, if I could just mention too, is just just establishing a consistency of process so that all of us, and as well as all of the, I guess, public will also understand too. I think, we try to do that, but I think we just got to continue to work on that. And sometimes it will mean that we'll be kind of stopping ourselves and saying, hold on, wait. But I just wanted to lift that up as well too, because I think it just helps with clarity as well, so that everybody knows where we are and what we're trying to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, actually, on the process note, I do have an idea that what we would like to do here is when we actually say, you're trying to make some changes, I want you to state the goal and the steps to get to the goal. And then we can actually, so we all know where you're going on that. Like, Commissioner Kutagawa had that marvelous idea of making the North Coast section, or a coastal section. And then she basically sort of said, okay, and then, so I'm going to take this bit from that, and then that one from this one from that. That's what I mean by kind of walk us through where you're going. And so we can have an idea of, we don't want to go halfway through it and not know, why are you doing it and how you're getting there. And I think, and also, I'd like us to keep that in mind, trying to be a process. And we'll also probably talk about an area to come to a kind of consensus idea and then draw it. So those are a couple of changes we might, it's what we've been doing. It's just kind of making it a little bit more, not quite formalized, but trying to get it a little more streamlined because we're trying to get a lot done in a little bit of time here. So I really appreciate everyone's input and how hard we're all working together on it. At this point, I would like to have, I believe it's Alvaro is going to help us. He's going to walk through on the map viewer our draft map for the congressional districts, just to kind of get us all familiar with, oh yeah, that's what those actually look like. And also for the public who can follow us, and when they want to look at something, wait, what were they saying? I didn't catch that. You can go back to this map viewer and blow up the area that we're looking at, and so you understand what we're talking about. So with that, Executive Director Hernandez, could you please just walk us through it?
Sure thing. First, how to get to the map viewer. For those, for the public, this is the home page. We draw the line ca.org. You'll want to go to the Data tab and then select Map Viewer. So it will load, and it gives you some options on the right-hand side on what maps you want to look at. And so for this, you'll see all the different options. We have the current day congressional districts, what the districts are as we are speaking. Then we have the drafts, and I'm going to uncheck this right here. We have the counties that will come up. You can uncheck that, and I'm unchecking them because it's a little bit hard to see if they are checked. So we'll start with the draft congressional map, if that's okay.
Actually, no, I do want the counties on, please, because we want to see what counties are in each of the districts.
Okay, when we tested it this morning, it's very hard to see because of the color. It's a very light color. Hopefully you can see that. And then we'll overlay the congressional district map on there. I'm going to resize this so that you can take a look at it. Hopefully it's a little bit bigger, and I'll be zooming into the different areas as we go. And we will start in the north. And this here is the Congressional District North Coast, this that you see here. And when you click on here, it will show you some of the information, the name, deviation from the ideal value, the Latino CVAP, Black CVAP, White CVAP, and the Asian CVAP. So you can take a look at that information. It'll come up. So again, this is the North Coast draft map. And we'll continue in the north here. Go on to the next one. This here is the NorCal, NORCA, I should say. This includes, just a second.
All right, could you go ahead and turn the box off then?
Yes. It comes up when you, oh, there's a second. Oh. How do we get rid of this? Oh. This is the district, so I apologize. Let me try to move this. It's not working.
That's okay. Yeah, it's just we're doing an overview of what they look like, so to get everyone familiar with it. So,
so this is Siskiyou, Modoc, Shasta. I'm not going to make it as a mapper.
no, Oliver, that's okay. We just want to have a look at what they are. You don't actually have to do, you don't have to, that information, you can click that, then turn sort of just a little outline and turn the box off. Yeah, see, there we go. But do name them as you, thank you.
So this is the Sierras draft right here. Now we'll go over to the left. We have the Yolo Lake. Here we have the North Coast again. I'm going to go to the right. This is the North Sac. We have the Sacramento, which includes Oak Grove, and then we have this down here. Over to the right here, we have the ECA draft. Now we're going back into the Central Valley area, San Joaquin. We have the South Contra Costa. Alameda. We have Oakland. I believe we had up here, I hadn't gone over here. This is the North Contra Costa area. And please feel free to jump in at any time if I missed anything or if you want to look at something more specifically.
No, you're doing perfectly. Thank you. Commissioners, 1 minute. Commissioners, this might help us jog our memory of the things that we wanted to work on. So feel free to write your list up as we're reviewing this.
Alameda again. Very sunny draft. This is Smats Clara draft. Claire Benito. Have the San Fresno area.
Madam Chair, would it be useful to point out those that are currently designated as VRA opportunity districts, or should we, for now, just do an overview and leave that for later?
Actually, no, if you could do that, please.
Sure,
Dale,
this
that
is
would
the first one we've seen so far that we've designated as a VRA district.
Thank you.
This is the mid-coast. One second. This is the south coast. Back up here, we have the Fresno Tulare.
This is another VRA district, as is the next one.
And then the King Tula Kern. Then we have the Fresno Kern. The ECA draft, we've already gone over that one. This is High Desert, SB. ABSCV, the Ventura, and the South Coast. I'm going to zoom in here because we're going into the very populated areas. This is the Malibu SFV. We have SFV, San Fernando Valley. This is the Glen 2BA. This one here is the Shoreline. We have the 10 corridor. Here is the, I forget what that stands for, STHLA. Oh. Now we have the Shoreline down here. This is the 710. STHLA. 710 again. Long Beach North.
So this is another VRA district here.
This is Sidinella. This is CDCOB.
That is also, that one's also a VRA district. As is South 60.
Seal Brea. Santa Ana. North Coast, the NLC Coast. Inland OC. TVA El Menifee. I don't even know what that stands for now. And that's a large one there. Zoom out a little bit. Riverside, Moreno, Paris.
That one, it's also a VRA district.
It's high desert, a large area. Seika draft.
Also, VRA.
CSDC draft. South Bay, San Diego. You have San Diego Coast. This is SEDC. Another large area. And that's just a high level overview. Hopefully it refreshed your memory on the different areas that we're going to be talking about this week. Any questions or any area that you'd like for me to go back to, Commissioner or Chair?
No, thank you very much, Alvaro. That I hope that helped everyone realize the areas that we need to work on, or that they particularly would like to work on. Because at this point, I would like to create a list of areas we need to work on. And we have both staff taking to make sure they get everything we say, and Commissioner Sadwani kindly volunteered to kind of help us prioritize some of those. But as you know, as we sort of did, we end up doing most of them. So, but if you don't just have to say one or two, you can say as you know, however many you think you need to say. And you could also say, if it's been covered, but that's one of yours, say, you know, like everything Commissioner Fornishari said, and such and such. So, great. Commissioner Yee.
Sure, I'll start off. Thank you, Chair. My priorities, first, get the VRA districts right, especially for me, the San Benito one. In the Bay Area, I want to get Albany back into Alameda County. I want to try to put the Tri-Valley together. It's going to be hard. I've tried and not found a way yet. And then throughout the state, continue to recognize and respect indigenous or tribal lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, in terms of priority, VRA is always the top for me, but it's actually the entire state, because this is a congressional. We've got to get it down to like almost nothing in terms of deviation. So that is my priority, is to get them down to as close to zero as possible, but at the same time trying to have as clean lines as possible. Let's not cut through down, you know, right in the middle of a neighborhood or something like that. So I don't want to specify a certain area. I'm statewide. That's my priority. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. I don't see other hands. And any other volunteers here for their items? Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure, I can go. Many things throughout the state, but some of the top priorities for me is reuniting the Asian American Khoi in the San Gabriel Valley along the 210 corridor. Definitely some cleanup in the San Benito area and the Salinas Valley. We heard from a lot of communities of interest testimony that we did not serve them well in our draft maps, and I definitely want to take a closer eye towards agricultural workers in that area. Certainly cleaning up the VRA districts, including in the Central Valley. And my impression is that in doing so, that's going to lead to potential ripples further north in the map, up and towards Sacramento and other areas. So definitely the VRA districts are always a priority for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Before I call on Commissioner Kutagawa, I do want to acknowledge that there are system outages across, I guess, quite a bit of the state, or We've had some issues with our live stream, as people are saying it keeps on stopping or things like that. So there's a bit of server issues going on. So if it gets to a point where we need to stop to take a break because we don't have any public that can watch us, we will be doing that. Just thought I'd mention that. And I'm terribly sorry for the people who are trying to watch. We'll do everything we possibly can.
The live stream is back up now, Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Kristen. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I would also agree with what Commissioner Fernandez also said as well, too. I think there's obviously going to be ripple effects throughout the state. I too also want to just state that I think there's work that is a priority for me in the San Gabriel Valley as well. That for sure is something. Also, in addition to the VRA districts, because there are a number in LA, LA is also a high priority as well too, because I think there's a lot that we got to make sure we get right there. And then the Central Coast, as well as the Mountain Sierras area, and then just generally speaking, there's some parts in the Northern California area that we've also been hearing. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Just the VRA districts, I would start there, obviously, based off of our criteria. And then more specifically, I feel like I'm at the stage of refinements and not major edits at this point. So really would want to focus in on the Sacramento area. There's a district that has a tail that I just want to revisit. And then looking into the Sierras, so the ECA district, we had quite a bit of testimony on that district in particular. And then moving south to SoCal, the King Tulare Kern district, as well as the North Long Beach area. I just wanted to revisit. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Overall, because it's Congress, I really want to make sure that we get right what are the current communities and voices and emerging and growing communities in certain places. Make sure we're really listening to the locals and what they're seeing, because sometimes it's different than what others are seeing. So I want to just really make sure that we capture those voices. Everything everyone said is very accurate. I do, as much as I would love to say, let's just do refinement. We left San Diego. We just kind of dumped things in certain places and moved on. So there is some building that needs to take place in San Diego County. And on the whole, everything, I've got my list and I'll be checking it twice. Since none of us are really doing holidays, we might as well bring it in. So I'll just be looking at those, but I'm really confident with this team that we're going to cover what needs to be covered.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, we're never going to achieve our target populations unless we take a very serious look at where we have large pockets of surplus population and large pockets of deficit population. We have to have a clear understanding of that and have a sense of how we're going to move those large pockets of excess population to even out the population. Second of all, I think, as Commissioner Sinai just said, there are places where the map really at least gives the impression that we just got things to a certain point and left them without being fully intentional. And I think, for example, I know that we have VRA constraints, both in eastern Riverside County as well as western Riverside County. But we have some areas that look like leftovers rather than intentional effort on our part. And I think we can take a look at some of those and clean those up. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very valuable addition. Commissioner Vasquez.
Thanks, Chair. I want to reiterate, for me, it's a priority to revisit the West San Gabriel Valley and do what we can to unite that COI. And also feel like it's a priority, obviously, and we have to look at population deviation. That said, I'm hoping when we do start refining the populations, that we both have evidence or community of interest testimony to support specific lines, but also remembering that both the Voting Rights Act and really our work at large is protecting people and representation for people, and not necessarily, cities or other political boundaries, which we do have to consider, but especially when we're looking at such small deviations in Congress, I'd like us to be really mindful that often, especially larger cities, concentrate marginalized populations in certain geographies of those cities. And that may be helpful for us to consider when we are drawing lines. Thanks so much.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Commissioner Toledo, do you want to go while Commissioner Anderson is catching her breath?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so for me, people of color represented the largest population increase over the last 10 years. It's one of the reasons we didn't lose more seats. And I want to make sure that that's recognized through this process. Certainly the Section 2 VRA districts are all a priority. And I am particularly interested, my first priority will be the San Benito Valley area, making sure that area gets the representation that it deserves. Central Valley as well. And then in the Los Angeles area, historically excluded populations, making sure that those populations that have been historically excluded get the representation they need, not just African American, but also Latino and Asian communities and others that out there, working class communities that have struggled so hard, and making sure that they are represented. I know it's difficult. I know this is going to be an interesting process, and we'll work it out as a team. Thank you.
Great. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner, excuse me, Forniciari.
Has anyone not spoken that would like to contribute to this listing of priorities? Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Nothing additive. I'm in agreement. I think we need to review all of it and ensure that it meets the VRA and the deviations, and that's it.
I believe I have my voice back now. Thank you. Sorry about that. Now, I also wanted to add, though, Commissioner Forniciari did say, now what did you say right at the beginning? And that's why I called on you, or tried to call. Could you give us those items as well?
Sure. So I said target population. We have to figure out how we're going to move about 17,000 people from the northern part of the state to the southern part of the state, Tahoe. and VRA districts. And also, I also want to concur with San Benito.
Great, thank you. In the Bay Area, there's also, I did want to reunite that Ashland toy and I don't know what we're calling it, but essentially from Vallejo across North Contra Costa. So with that, we've kind of done our whole list, a list of items. Could we do a quick, Commissioner Sadwani, were you able to kind of do a prioritize or just give us a quick review of it, please?
Chair, before we do, Commissioner Sinai had her hand up.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Thank you very much. Commissioner Sinai.
So last on my priority list, but just so that my neighbors invite me to some of their holiday gatherings, I would like to put Encinitas back together again, if possible.
Thank you. And Commissioner Turner, did I already call on you?
I was called on and I raised my hand again.
Great, okay. Then, sorry, I do have Commissioner Sinai, I guess, there first, and then Commissioner Turner. Nope, that was it. Okay, Commissioner Turner, please.
Yeah, I also wanted, because I couldn't recall if this was already said, to look at the 3 areas in the Central Valley, Fresno, Tulare, Kings, Tulare, Kern, and Fresno, Kern.
Perfect, thank you very much. All right, so moving on.
Chair, Commissioner Kutagawa's hand is up.
That's why you have a great vice chair. Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Kennedy. Just 2 comments. One, I don't know if Commissioner Taylor is available to speak. I know he tried earlier, so I wanted to just not forget about him. Secondly, Commissioner Fornaciari, I'm interested in what you said about the northern part, about 17,000. Did you look at any of the other parts of California to see whether or not there's excess population that we'll also need to think about, and at what point and where those 2 places are going to meet, or multiple places are going to meet? Thank you.
Yeah, so what I did is I took the spreadsheet with all the population data in it for our draft maps. I ordered the districts from north to south. I figured out what the deviation was, and then I summed up that deviation as you go south. And it's really kind of interesting because, we've got about 40, what do we get? And I can share this with everyone if you would like, but we got 4,700 too many in the North Coast. And then you go down in the Contra Costas, we've got, about 13,000 too many in Contra Costa. We got a couple thousand, well, it averages out to not too many in Sacramento. But if you look at the middle of the state, all the way across the middle of the state, the deviations are really close to 0 all the way across the middle of the state. So if you look at it, you sum up our pluses in the North State are about 18,000 too many. Then you've got a swath of very close to 0 across the state. And then you go down further and you get up to like 30,000 total deviation, but the districts are so packed together, it's not clear how we have to move that population around until we really dig into it. And I guess I could look into that a little more closely, but we're going to be moving the districts around, not sure exactly how to handle that in the South State at this point. Does that make sense? Does that help?
Actually, that really does. Thank you very much. Because that sort of gives us directions. You have to start where you have borders and move in. And as the lines will shift as they do. So it sort of does give us an idea of what lines are sort of going to move where. Because there are too many people, as Commissioner Fornaciari already said. So those districts the line will actually move higher, or lower, depending on where you are. So I like that idea quite a bit. Okay, Commissioner Salvani, I had asked you to give us a quick review of the list.
Yeah, so what we did last week between Commissioner Fornashari and myself was we've taken notes on everyone's specific pieces, and then we'll synthesize them into like regions of how many people kind of said what areas. But some of the things that are kind of generally popping up, of course, VRA districts and ensuring that we get those right. Population deviations for sure. We heard San Benito numerous times from many commissioners. We also, of course, had a whole lot of comment on our draft maps from the San Benito region. The West San Gabriel Valley was raised by several commissioners as well. There were a number of pieces that were raised around cleanup in San Diego and Riverside, in the Bay Area with places like Albany and Commissioner Yee had another one, the Tri-Valley, excuse me. So we will work to synthesize all of those. That's not a completely representative list by any means, but certainly those were many of the pieces that rose to the top.
Great, thank you. And staff is also taking notes on everything. So if staff could sort of give all that information maybe to Commissioner Salvani to put together, that would be great. Thank you. Now, what we're going to be doing is we will be headed to the south for our line drawing. We're hoping at any minute now we might go actually to a short closed session as soon as our council comes. So we might just take, I think we might adjourn into closed session at this time, and we should be back. Actually, I'm hoping right after our normal break. So at this point, we'll adjourn from this one, and not adjourn, but we'll leave this one and we'll go into a closed session for a pending litigation exception. Welcome back to our California Citizens Redistricting Commission. I'm Jane Anderson, the chair right now, for those of you just checking in. And my vice chair is Commissioner Kennedy. We just got coming out of closed session and there were no decisions. There's no action was taken. So at this time, what we want to do is a little bit about congressional districts, which is different than the Assembly and also the Senate. This is a federal district, and where you've seen us talk about the assemblies and the Senate, they can be, the deviation can be plus or minus 5%. On congressional, you are supposed to be, you're supposed to have equal population, essentially 0 deviation. Now, because the maps are put together by census blocks, which do not have, well, some of them have 0 people in them, but they're all of different sizes. They're not all one consistent size, and they're not all with one consistent population. Consequently, getting to 0 would be very, very difficult. And so what we need to do is, as a commission, come up with what do we think we want our range to be, our realistic range to be, and then stick with that. So I'd like to have any comments from the public, sorry, comments from any of the commissioners on where you believe we should go. And I see Commissioner Toledo's hands raised.
Thank you, Chair. I would be committed to in support of getting as close to 0 as possible, and would recommend plus or minus 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Yee?
I concur with plus or minus 1, and just want to mention that we've been told by line drawers that it's easier to go bigger if needed later, and it's virtually impossible to go smaller if needed later. So starting with 1 gives us a little bit of flexibility later that if we need it. So 1 sounds like a good number to me.
Thank you. This, unless someone has another idea, I do believe we should go ahead with, let's try for ±1. There will probably be times where you can't get there because you have all your congressional blocks are 320 people versus another 325, and you can't do the combination that's going to get you there. So if we run into that situation, I suggest we address it at that time. So any other thoughts, or we'll go with that number and move into, at this point, what we'd like to do is move south into, we have Savon and Andrew with us. So we'll be actually looking at the San Diego and Imperial, and the whole Inland Empire. And we want to go over the VRA districts first, please. So go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair Anderson. I'm just zooming into our first VRA district here. It is called SESD ELC, so Southeast San Diego, El Cajon. I believe it was at one point. Obviously, we don't have El Cajon in there anymore, so we'll change these names. But the composition of this district is similar to the VRA district that we saw in the assembly maps for this region. It includes Imperial Beach, the San Isidro portion of San Diego City. It includes a little bit of East County, an unincorporated area outside of the city as well. All of Chula Vista, all of Bonita, National City, Lemon Grove, and La Presa. And then it also contains a portion of the city of San Diego, including the historic barrios, Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, and it goes as far north as, let me turn on the streets layer. Yeah, so it looks like it cuts above the 94 as its northern border. And currently this district is underpopulated by 1,575 people. So we're going to need to add that many people ±1 to this district for it to be balanced. Chair, should I move on to the next district or should we just jump into changes?
Please go on to the next district. We want to have a look at all the VRA districts in this area so we have an idea what we're working with.
All right, the next district is SECA, S-E-C-A. This district is currently overpopulated by 583 people. So those are 583 people we will need to remove. And its Latino CVAP percentage is 51.81%. Oh, and I forgot to mention for SESDLC is 50.62. Again, similarly to this district in the assembly district map, this stops at the San Diego County border to include all of Imperial County. In Riverside County, it includes the majority of the Coachella Valley, excluding Palm Springs and some cities on the western side of the valley. It also dips into the Hemet area to pick up population, and then goes north into San Bernardino County to pick up the city of Needles. And as Commissioner Kennedy had mentioned, this shape is the same in all three district plans. So they are all matching congressional lines currently. The next VRA consideration district is moving into the Inland Empire. We have this district here, which has the city of Riverside, Moreno Valley, and Paris. So it's called Riv More Pair. This district is underpopulated by 4,463 people and is at a LVAP of 51.1%. just to the northwest is District Palm-Ont-Fawn, which, as the name might suggest, is centered around the cities of Pomona, Ontario, and Fontana. Again, this district is underpopulated, so we are looking to add 5,192 people to this district, and its Latino CVAP is at 58.56%. The next VRA district in this area is RIA SB, so centering around the cities of Rialto and San Bernardino. It also contains portions of several cities surrounding, including the northern portion of Fontana, the southern portion of Rancho Cucamonga, the majority of the city of Highland, northern Redlands, and the majority of Colton. And then we also have the Santa Ana district, which is at negative deviation currently of 1,215 people. And currently the Latino CVAP is at 49.87%. This district is centered around the cities of Santa Ana and the valley portion of Anaheim, as well as the western portion of the city of Orange. Does council have anything to add about these districts or the direction that we need to move for VRA in this region?
Can you please put all of the CVAP labels on, please?
Yes, for all ethnicities. One moment, please.
So I think we've seen several districts here that are in Santa Ana is below 50%. It is a VRA area of consideration. There are several districts that get into the 50s and even in the low 51%. So these are at the lower edges of Latino CVAPs for districts of this type. It might not be. It's an open question as to whether it's possible to get higher in these VRA areas on that. As you adjust for population equality between these districts, though, one thing I'll say is in the districts that are at 51% or below, I would highly advise that they don't go any lower as you adjust for population with regard to the Latino CVAP. I can't see the whole map, and all of the some of the districts are. The Santa Ana district is one I think there should be some attention to trying to improve from a minority perspective because of the Voting Rights Act considerations. If you can scroll to the east. And then scroll down, please. The other districts are stronger given the demographic composition of those districts. I think as long as you attempt not to reduce Latino CVAPs in those areas, that you're likely well within range of compliance with the Voting Rights Act.
So just looking at this region again as a whole, we are at a net negative for these southern districts, all of the VRA except for SECA, but also just the surrounding districts. So since there's nowhere to draw population from south, what we'll have to do in refining these district deviations is balance the farthest south one and then continue to balance as we move north. So that net negative is going to continue to accumulate, and it's going to look really scary. And then we're going to run into population from the other end, and then that's going to be how it balances out. So if you'll bear with me, that's how I think we should go about thinking about tackling this.
Thank you, Simone. That is exactly how we'll go about tackling it. I have a question from Commissioner Sinai.
So San Diego, as I mentioned earlier, is kind of a place where we need to do some architectural changes first, and then we need to balance it all out. Is it okay if we do it that way? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, I don't want people to, there's kind of two objectives here. Is one is get it right, and then one is get the right, get the right COIs and communities together. And then the second one is getting it right based on deviation.
That's correct. What I would like us to do is we are going to start, well, the commission knows that these have to get down to the right number. And as we have, you can see here, we have in SICA, we have 583 people too many. We have to move that population. And still, still has to be our VRA district. The same is true in our SE, SD, ELC. So I recommend that we start with those two districts and get those balanced. Then, because you're absolutely correct, Commissioner Sinai, if we go and work on the next VRA district like we have done before, we'll end up creating a population bubble. So I would, because these are on the border and they are VRA districts, I would recommend that we do these first and then actually do live line drawing to do some reconstruction where we need to, and then we'll finalize those districts. And how does the commission feel about that? Commissioner Sinai?
I think that makes sense, but some of the reconstruction is within the VRA district, and I think it'll keep it, but it's just some of it is within the VRA district.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, that was my question. If the architectural changes are in the VRA district, we've got to address that if we decide to do something with it, and then we'd have to get the population down. Thanks.
Absolutely. And as we do go through the maps, I would like us to address the architectural changes before we get into, before we start working on any of those areas. So with that in mind, now I just want to make sure the public who's following us, we will be working in this area, going from San Diego up through the Riverside, Imperial, the Imperial Valley, and in the Inland Valley, I guess, Inland Empire. And that's what we'll be doing today. And I'm not sure how much, if we can get all this done, then we'll Los Angeles, and we will identify the VRA districts and trying to do Los Angeles as well. But we have, what's different about the Assembly, the Congressional from the Assembly, is we can't really work on just sort of one area and jump around. We have to kind of move the population either up or down to get our numbers make our numbers work. So with that, let's see. Commissioner Sinai, since you would like to do some architectural changes on this in the southern area, how about if you lead us with, one, what your goal is, two, your steps to get there, and then we can talk about that, and then we'll proceed with line drawing. So
okay, I would rather, I want to put it out there like I did last time on San Diego, and kind of, so here's the overview. I think our VRA district is okay, but we have Lemon Grove and La Presa in that VRA district, which the COI is actually City Heights, which is not in this district. It's City Heights with Southeast San Diego, Lemon Grove, La Presa, and La Mesa to El Cajon. And so we kind of split two pieces here in this area. And so there's also that sliver of 94 that I would like us to put back into Sherman Heights. That's a little thing. But So that's kind of the big picture. And I don't know if any commissioners have been thinking about how they might want to see that COI. I know we're going to have to split COIs, so don't get me wrong. But the East County, it usually starts at El Cajon and goes east into the rural areas. But as we've discussed, there's been kind of, there's always been an immigrant and refugee communities that have moved from City Heights towards El Cajon. And so the question is, do we see El Cajon as a rural East County, or El Cajon as urban part of the kind of the migration pattern of immigrants and refugees and Latinos, because it is has a large Latino community. We've got some wiggle room in that area. I mean, I think if we can fix this part down here, we can then, move things around kind of in the University of Mira Mesa, Poway, similar to what we did in the Assembly District.
Okay.
It's just getting that corner done right.
Yes, no, thank you very much. And that's where we're going to work on. Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes, so what I was thinking is, we have this desire input to keep La Presa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, La Mesa together. That's too much for this district, I think. And last time, we had talked about the desire of some of the communities, some Latino communities, to have City Heights included with them. Last time, we decided to go City Heights East with the Assembly. So I'm wondering if this time, we want to move out La Presa and Lemon Grove and then go up and grab City Heights, which would be up about to where that black line is going horizontally, and then fix the little blip below the 94, include that too, and kind of see where we're at, if that sounds like a reasonable approach.
Yes, I see where you're trying to go there. Commissioner Toledo?
Thank you. I'm similar vein to Commissioner Fornashari, and I believe some commissioners tonight, but perhaps a little bit different. I'm thinking potentially take out Lemon Grove, add as much of City Heights as reasonably or as much as we can accommodate as we try with an effort to try to get as close to zero deviation and trying to maintain the CVAP. So that would be my priority. And that's all based on COIs that I've seen, is trying to get as much. We'll have to split City Heights, probably cut Lemon Grove. I'd keep La Presa and try to get to zero on the deviation so that we can move on to the next district and have a strong VRA district. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sabani.
Actually, just +1 on everything Commissioner Fornashari and Toledo just laid out. We didn't get City Heights completely in the Assembly map. Let's try and get it done here.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, thank you. Yes, and I agree with that, because there's also some other COIs with La Mesa, with Lemon Grove. But also, Sivan, could you put the Latino CVAP heat map, because this is a VRA district. Thank you.
Yeah, and can we see all of this district, please? You just move that. Yeah, perfect. Sorry, Commissioner Fernandez, did you want something else, or no? That was
No. I just wanted to note that I agreed with the COIs. Plus, there was another COI with La Mesa and Lemon Grove. I just want the heat map on there, just as we're making changes, so that we can see what the impact may be and what areas we might want to pull from. Thank you.
perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks. I think that that's a great direction to go in. If I could make some recommendations based on what you all said, I would actually pull out Southeast San Diego with Lemon Grove, Southeast San Diego, Lemon Grove, and La Presa. And the reason I'm keeping La Presa and Lemon Grove together is, remember they said that the zip code, it's basically, it's all, I think it was with Lemon Grove, maybe it's with Spring Valley, that there's a lot of overlap. And I found out that there is also overlap between Bonita and Chula Vista. The name is the same, but it's in two different cities. And so that's what's happening with La Presa as well. I don't know why they did that in San Diego. It's probably when it was incorporated. But my thought would be to do Paradise Hill potentially, but Southeast San Diego with Lemon Grove, La Presa, and La Mesa and El Cajon. And then do as you all were saying about bring in City Heights. And I think we can get to City Heights through Golden Hill. There's a way. Golden Hill and South Park are very diverse communities as well. And yes, we will be breaking up some of the LGBT COI, but a lot of where the LGBT COI goes is a lot of places where it's very mixed communities, where there's been a lot of, again, mixed communities, and this is a VRA district.
Thank you. I want to make sure we're realizing that, what else we're adding 50, close to 1,600 people from somewhere. So I see we're going to lose something and gain something else. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking also at COI testimony that's suggesting taking out communities north of military facilities and putting them into the San Diego coast. Taking out some, I think Commissioner Sinai said earlier, some eastern areas of San Diego, but they're being, perhaps that'll give some population relief as well. Adding in, and this particular COI is looking for Lemon Grove, La Presa, North Park, Normal Heights neighborhood, Claremont Mesa, Linda Mesa, Kearney Mesa, Sierra Mesa, and UCSD, and the Mira Mesa Convoy area to be together in a central district. And I see that's going in a different direction.
I think if I can just interject, I think, Commissioner Turner, that's a good idea for step 2, because that's a lot of the Asian business COI and UCSD students and that other La Mesa COI. So, but I think for step one, we first need to figure out the VRA. So I think you're on the right track for step 2.
Yeah, so at this point, let's jump in here. I'm hearing that the idea, but we'd like to remove Lemon Grove. Are we removing and La Presa? That's a yes. And then what areas will we be adding?
Can we just remove all Lemon Grove, La Presa, and southeastern San Diego and put them with La Mesa for right now?
Okay. Yes. Let's have a look at that, please. And
when you
Commissioner
say southeastern San Diego, do you just mean like this area that's kind of that I'm circling here, or is there a specific street you'd like me to snap to?
The city of Southeast San Diego, the city of San Diego. So I think it's north of like Bonita, east of National City, and south of the 94.
Okay, so that would be a lot of this area. Let me turn on the. So that would be all of this that I'm circling here. Does that look right to you?
I believe that's right.
One moment, please.
I mean, obviously, we're going to have to add and subtract anyway, and we're going to be breaking up things, unfortunately.
Yes, but Okay, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I agree taking out Lemon Grove. La Presa, I think, has more in common with the rest of the anchor district. If our anchor is Chula Vista, as it looks like, that's when I look at this as a district that's anchored in Chula Vista, moving up towards National City, I would think La Presa has very close cultural and affinities, and the communities are very similar, including transportation. So I would want to keep La Presa. So I would start with cutting out Lemon Grove and leaving La Presa first, and then if we need to take out La Presa, unless we're trying to include both City Heights and Chula Vista in this, that might be. I don't know if that's possible to keep both whole, but if that's the case, then perhaps I'd be in favor of taking La Presa. But that no longer has an anchor in Chula Vista. That would be a different anchor of sorts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Forshari?
I was just going to offer an alternative approach to add all the pieces that we're committed to adding, and then seeing how much we need to take out. That'll help define whether we're going to take Lemon Grove and La Presa, and then if we're going to take some of the city. But I think we're committed to bringing the black line I'm pointing at, bringing up to the 94, just like we did in the assembly, and then moving north and grabbing City Heights, and then seeing where we are in population and going from there. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So let me make sure I understand this. So basically, one alternative is you take out Lemon Grove, and maybe La Preseda, maybe not. What I'm still wondering is where are we grabbing the population from? Where are we going with that? Now, with Commissioner Fornashari, I understand we are going to take out Lemon Grove, and then we're going north.
Yeah, what I was proposing is let's add this area that's being circled now.
Oh.
Then slightly to the right of the left of the east of the 15, go north up and get City Heights is what it's called, and add that in, and then we'll know how much we need to take out, and then we can decide, La Presa, Lemon Grove, and where we're going from there.
How does that sound, Commissioner Sinai?
I think it's brilliant. I have just a quick question to Commissioner Toledo around his assessment of La Presa, because I'll be honest, it was a community I didn't know existed until we started this. Obviously, I've driven through it and stuff, but when they called us, they said, we're really with, I have to look it up if it was Lemon Grove or Spring Valley, and to make sure that we were keeping them, Spring Valley, anyway, La Mesa or Lemon Grove, and they want to make sure we were keeping them with them because they share zip codes and such. So I was just wondering.
Okay, and what area in here, let's go ahead and add that, please. And what area in here are we talking about now?
So I have a couple COIs for City Heights I can turn on, but Commissioner Sinai, if you have a specific boundary, we can look at that as well. These were two different community submissions defining immigrant and refugee communities in City Heights. And you can see how they vary, but the core area is where they overlap, which I'm circling with my hand.
Okay. So what? So who's going to want to add this entire area? And how many people is that?
One moment, please. I can select. Do we want to draw a population from up here, or are we just grabbing from this district?
Commissioner Sinai?
I would encourage us, again, the refugee community, the way the COIs are, it's like new. we're looking at the Latino CVAP right now for the VRA.
Correct.
So is there a way that we can better look at, I think what we'll want to grab where we feel we've got the strongest Latino.
Yes. Yeah, that does not look very dense.
It's a very dense area, and it's also an area that would have been really hard to count during the census, but that doesn't mean that we can't do anything about that. But it is a very, very dense area.
Okay. So at this point, we need someone to say yes. We'll add these in.
Yeah, I would encourage us to add them in. And in your question on where to go for City Heights, I think that we've gotten, I don't know, somewhere we do have, let's just start with what you have for City Heights, and then we'll look for I'll look for the boundary that others have found for kind of where the refugee and the immigrant community separate. I don't, it's not an easy split because they're very mixed.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I agree it's not an easy split, and I'm wondering, Chair, if Savan could overlay advancing justice that included some of the COIs that Commissioner Sinai is talking about. Can we see where those boundaries are?
I do not have that file. If someone from staff wants to email it to me, I can have it pulled up in a few minutes.
Oops. Commissioner Fornshari.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had my hand raised.
Oh, okay. All right. Commissioner Toledo.
I mean, I think this appears to be City Heights. I think there's various different perspectives on it, but this appears to be close to it. And I would say if we could perhaps pare it down to a lesser population, or keep this and begin the process of removing population from Lemon Grove or other. I would start with Lemon Grove, actually. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai, did you?
Oh, I do have a COI. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, Chair, to interrupt. Just to address Commissioner Turner for advancing justice, is that also the Asian Law Caucus. I do have one of their COIs that they submitted, which they defined as the Asian and AMEMSA communities.
That's right.
Yeah. Does that look?
That's the one we're looking for.
Okay.
And that's the part that wouldn't be in the VRA.
They wanted to exclude. Okay. So there's two components to this shapefile. There's this part that, let me turn off these other two. There's this portion in the City Heights area, but it also includes what they're defining as the Asian Business District, I believe, which it is the Convoy and Kearney, those areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, not that part yet.
So just focusing on the southern part, correct?
Yes, and please just take the area that's in the city. Don't jump into La Mesa.
Okay, I will continue to grab blocks to snap to this border.
And I would go all the way down to the 94. So Fairmont 94.
So the 94 is already in. Is that what?
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. It gets all confusing with all the different layers and colors.
I know it does. No worries. I'm going to continue to add blocks. One moment, please.
And then we'll add this, and then we'll remove Lemon Grove.
All right, so should I go ahead and commit this change? This is moving about 84,000 people.
Okay, if we do that, now, I'm sorry, I see that change. So what other areas, guys, are we taking out? Lemon Grove is 27.6. So
We also said Southeast San Diego.
I'm sorry, you're taking out Southeast San Diego? Okay, well, do they connect then? I wasn't clear where Southeast San Diego is. But let's commit to that, please. Okay, so we have that one. Please add that.
Based on the definition that Commissioner Sinai just gave, it's from the 94 north to the National City border, and then only what is inside the city of San Diego.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo?
I'm just thinking, since we have the heat map on, I hate splitting cities, but I do see portions of Lemon Grove that do have high LVAP, and perhaps keeping a portion of that city in the district in order to maintain it. But as I say, I think I hate splitting cities. If we're going to split a city, let's split City Heights. I think we included a very large portion of it, and take out all of Lemon Grove and put that in another district. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, let's at this point take out Lemon Grove, please. And then Commissioner Sinai, we're losing a lot of, if we take that entire area of the South San Diego out, we're losing a lot of what appears to be the Latino vote area in the heat map. No, I'm sorry, are we taking out La Presa as well? No, I don't believe so.
I would recommend we do take La Presa, or if we're concerned about the Latinos, we could
yes,
we could cut east of the 125. Southeast. I hear what you're saying. There's also portions here of a traditional working class community that's not immigrant. And so I was trying to connect them as much as possible to Lemon Grove and La Mesa. But I can go whichever way that works best for the greater good.
Okay. Okay, let's take out Lemon Grove. Let's commit to that, please.
All right, that change is committed.
Okay, and then can we see the, what is the CVAP on that?
Let me make the font bigger so you can see it better. One moment.
And it is at the bottom, so you do see 49.71%. We want to be showing you have the wrong district. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
49.71, but because it's still overpopulated by 56,000 people,
right.
I wouldn't worry too much about that until we get closer to the population.
Got it. Now, I don't see, how are we taking out the Southeast San Diego if it's right in the middle? Or Commissioner Fornchiari?
When you had selected a preset to move out, we were over 50% LCVAP.
Okay, I could not see that. Well, then I think that, of course, okay, well, let's do that. Because that's the community of interest, correct?
On the screen for you to see. So ignore this column. This is what the district is currently, and this one is what it will change to be. So SES DLC will be at 50.15% Latino CVAP, but will still be overpopulated by 2.75%. Or yes.
All right. So Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So we'll go ahead and take out La Presa?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
So I would start
should-
paring down city heights and try to get the CVAP up and closer to the deviation. If we can get closer to deviation, because that's a population center, there's plenty of population there to cut. And of course, because it's a VRA district, VRA trumps COIs. And unfortunately, some cities, the city and some COIs will need to be split. But that when I look at the heat map, that's one of the areas where there's areas there that don't have significant Latino population, and maybe the best place to cut at this point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just breaking it, cutting it.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. So can we go ahead and now we're coming up on our the lunch break. It's at 2:15. So let's try to reduce. We need to take out what 20,000 people.
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai?
Could we start on the corner that's closest to La Mesa and then move west? Let's start over here and move west. That way, because we've heard this is a community of interest, so this way we're starting with the part that feels closest to it.
Yes, please, Savant, can you do that?
Absolutely. One moment, please.
Sivan, I think we're going too much.
Oh, you're right. I was looking at the wrong.
Yep.
We're at 0.02, so we have to get rid of 119 people. Is this
Yes.
an okay place to accept for now, and then I can go up and clean up some blocks? Perfect.
Yes, I would please do that. Commissioner Sinai? No. Okay. No.
So that would be at a deviation of.
Minus 33 people.
Let me see if I can find.
There's a 33 right here.
There we go. Oh, not contiguous though, but maybe we can swap it out. So. I feel like I'm.
Yeah, we need to, if you do that, we need to grab something elsewhere.
Chair.
Okay. Should I go ahead and?
Yes.
I can clean this up at the break too.
Yes. So, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. Sivan, can't we get these, like the numbers that are showing up for the census, can't we get them down to like the street level so you actually aren't working with such big, if you're trying to get to 33 or whatever the number was, it might be easier to get down to like the actual street numbers or house numbers.
Right. So the building blocks that we're making these district maps from, the smallest unit is census block. I can turn on the Google Maps so you can see. Generally, they do roughly line up with what the street kind of looks like, but not always. It's just kind of one of the quirks of the census.
Okay.
So. And over break, I can turn on the borders of where the blocks are, if that would be helpful as well.
Yes, I think so. Commissioner Forjari?
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is the smallest block.
Yes.
This is what makes it really hard.
Right. It doesn't get smaller than this. This is why the commissioners and for the public, this can be excruciating, quite frankly. Trying to get to that little number, this could take a devil of a long time. So at this point, and we're supposed to be going into our lunch so we can jump back onto our schedule. Siobhan, can you try to do a little bit of this just for a few minutes so you can also have a bit of a break since we're coming back to you? Or we can just stop. No. So where are we? Can you show us where we are right now? Because that's the other district, the information.
Absolutely.
So what do we have?
CLC, we need 115 more people.
Okay.
And we are at a LVAP of 51.06%.
Okay. Andrew?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the Latino CVAP when we started this was at 50.62. So we've been able to raise this a little bit. So I just wanted to put that in picture.
Got it. Thank you. At this point, let's pause here. And actually, Siobhan, could you leave this on and actually even put our little blocks, put that on so we can, if we have our lunch, we can kind of be pondering what we might give you as direction to go next.
Yeah. So do you not want me to clean up this deviation over lunch?
Oh, well,
she has to.
Yes,
she has to unshare to work on it.
Share up, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Yes, but I also want to make sure that you get a bit of a break here too.
No, I appreciate that. I think it'll just take a few more minutes to.
Okay, great. And please do that. And at this point, we're going to go to lunch. It's already 2:20. I don't want to push it too much further, but we do need to have at least half an hour. So if we'll come back at 2:50. Is that correct? No, 2:50.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. If we are out until 3, then the next 90-minute block goes to 4:30. 15-minute break at 4:30 takes us to 4:45. That 90-minute block would go until 6:15.
Right, and then we'd be on break until 6:30. So
right. So we're running 5 minutes late, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's come back at the 2:50. Now, I'm sorry. Do people already have their lunches there? Anybody? I think they've already gone to lunch. Okay. All right. So thank you, Siobhan. If you could do a little bit of cleanup on that, and we'll see you back at 2:50. Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We are working on the congressional districts. We are in the San Diego area, and we're right down at the border. And that's we will be proceeding with this San Diego today, moving up into Imperial County, moving up into the Inland Empire, which is San Bernardino and Riverside. So we'll turn this back over to our line drawers who can give us an update on where we are.
Thanks, Chair. I hope everyone enjoyed their break. While I was off camera, I quickly grabbed a few census blocks to balance out the population. I grabbed a few census blocks just right outside of our border in the city of San Diego, and then one that was in unincorporated San Diego County. And we are currently at a deviation of 1 person, and our Latino CVAP is at 51.06%.
Wonderful. Great job. Does anyone have a comment about, I see Commissioner Kennedy's hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm going to advocate on behalf of election administrators everywhere and say that grabbing one census block from unincorporated San Diego County is going to complicate their lives if there's a possibility of finding another one somewhere inside San Diego.
I would note that we already are including a portion of unincorporated San Diego County. So if you'd like me to address that, I think we would have to remove whatever population is in here as well. But my understanding is this is kind of how it goes with these districts when you get down to the wire and balancing, is it does become a bit of a population level at the block level.
Right, or find one in that, along that, is that where that unincorporated block was along that far southeastern corner?
It was a block with one person in it right outside of the city of Chula Vista.
Oh. Savon, if we drop back, it only had one person in it?
That is
then
correct.
then we would be at zero. We're exactly at 760,000.
Excuse me, there were 4 people in there. I was at -3, and then I grabbed this block that had 4, and it balanced to 1 person.
I see. Yes, well, if you could at a later date have a look at that and see if you can find that, but we won't stop right now on that one. Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I just have a question. Can you kind of like go pan out again and just see there was that, I guess it's that little spot right there. Is that not captured? It's like, it looks like.
Yes, are you talking about the area around that? It looks like a little hook to the right, at the top on the right there.
No, I'm just talking about like it's right smack in the middle of the district next to the pink, the white part. Does that mean, no, go down. Yeah, right there. Does that mean that that's not captured? It just looks weird, like it's not part of the district, like it got missed.
Yep, that means it's an unincorporated area that's outside of a census designated place. Probably has to do with property and land ownership in the city of Chula Vista. But it is inside the boundaries of the district. If it was excluded, it would also have a green outline around it.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I just wanted to uplift Commissioner Kennedy's point about unincorporated areas and just trying our best when practicable and when possible to keep the unincorporated areas out to help support the electoral offices. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, so I'm just wondering, yes, there are, what is that little glitch? That's just a census designated place that's outside of our area, that little gray. Yes.
I believe this is part of the city of San Diego. I think it is one of their reservoirs.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no population here, but I'm happy to grab this block because it's technically part of the city of San Diego, if you'd like.
Yeah, if that would make a difference for the election officials, certainly.
I don't know that anyone lives here, that it would matter for those election officials, but let me grab it for you anyways.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Are we ready to go to the next one?
Yes, that's where I was headed, but our Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, just a process question again. Is this where when we leave things to be figured out later, we get in, later on get into trouble behind not being able to match? I just feel like starting out with leaving maybe 1, maybe 4, maybe in an area we didn't want it to be in, is kind of going to start us out with gradually increasing issues. We said it was going to take time, so I'm just wondering about from a process standpoint, do we indeed leave things that we don't want to see for line draws to figure out and then figure the next area perfectly, and then we can't go back? I thought that's one of the principles we talked about, trying to make sure that we are as close as we can.
Yes, I'm sorry, but we are by one person. I might not be following you. What?
Well, so Chair, we're by one person, but we have concerns that's been expressed from commissioners that the resolution to get to the one person, it may not be what we want to see.
Oh, that's the idea is here. Now we will review it all and have a look. And if it isn't, then we will certainly change it. Yes. If there's something in here that you didn't want to be in here or something that is not, like as Commissioner Kennedy happened to say, that was an unincorporated area. So yes, we're going to ask Savon to do an adjustment and not take that. Or should we review in a more detail of what changes did you make, Savon? I thought you did go through that with us. And yeah, Andrew?
Thank you, Chair. And to address Commissioner Turner's question, I think if we could get down to, I think if we, just as we did in this last break, where we went off and cleaned a couple things up by going around the districts, I think if we're allowed to do that, that may be easier to do. But and I think this one, I think we'll take very careful notes, and as Commissioner Kennedy said, try not to go to unincorporated areas, and we'll stick within the city of San Diego. I think that's something that we can do and be very precise on that during the breaks. And I think if that's acceptable, that would be the recommendation to moving forward if we get close and then clean these up at break. And then once we come back from break, if we just wanted to say, here's where we cleaned up and big picture, and then we'll try not to cut unincorporated areas moving forward as a principle.
Thank you, Andrew. Yes, I would like to proceed in that direction, because if we, as 14 people, try to say, no, the other block that's over here on the right, kind of down lower, we are never going to get these things done. So I would like us to get, within, we're like 50 people or something, or if it is 100, but, and this is the area we'd like you to work to adjust things in, like say this border right here. And we'll do several of those districts like that, that won't cause problems with the other one. And then it's because Savon can do that much faster than we can, and then come back and she'll show us, I did this, I did that, I did this, in case to verify that it is what we were talking about. And then we can move on. That's what I would recommend. So, but I'd like to, let's talk about that and see if we can come to a consensus. Commissioner Sinai?
I just wanted to move on, but go ahead and finish this conversation.
Yep. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. It's not so much that it's necessarily an issue of incorporated versus unincorporated. It's minimizing the number of jurisdictions involved in these things. So, if the choice is between adding another block in a jurisdiction where you've already added blocks and going into a new jurisdiction, whether it be incorporated or unincorporated, it's always better to minimize the number of jurisdictions involved. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I am a little concerned about just pushing too much off too early in our process, especially because of the preciseness that we have to be at, 0 or 1. I mean, obviously, that's our goal. And as we move on and march on to other places, and as the line drawers try to then fix all these things during a break, there may be multiple changes that could really change the kind of analysis and calculations that we're making as we're creating these. And so I think we acknowledge that this is going to be work that's going to be very long, but it's necessary to just try to get to doing it right versus just kind of pushing it off and then coming back and trying to fix everything, because given our time, I think it's better to let's just get it as close to the zero deviation as we want, what we're trying to get to, and then, then move on. So I do agree with what Commissioner Kennedy is saying. Since there wasn't any just kind of reason for just going into one new location, let's just maybe go back to the previous location where Savon grabbed population and try to see if we could find the additional 3 people that's needed from that same location. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. The last thing I'd like to say in all love and respect and appreciation is I have very little evidence that we actually will let line drawers go off and make decisions in several areas and come back and be good with it. I think we'll still want to weigh in on it, and it'll just delay the process.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. Although I appreciate what Commissioner Kennedy said, I guess one, do we have that layer in terms of jurisdiction? And then I also feel that we have so many constraints to begin with to get it to 0, and then adding another constraint makes it more challenging, not only for us, obviously, but for our line drawers. So I'm again, do we even have the layer that would show jurisdiction so that we could see that information? And I understand that it's more work for them, but it's also more work for us as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I see where, okay, it might be an unpopular call, but we really do need to, we have to get these done. And when we're down to literally a very small number, rather than spending another half hour trying to get, we have one person. I believe it will be much faster if we say now, work in this area, like along this border, and play back and forth to adjust to the number, and then have the line drawer just kind of give us a quick go back and go, see, I did this instead of that one. And that's where they got it. Because we're not talking about different areas. We're not talking about large things. We're actually talking about little tiny lines here. And so what I'd like to do, we like this district, correct? Why don't we go to the next, the large VRA district, which I think is Sika, I believe it is. And let's see how that goes. And if we really say, no, we actually have to all point at different blocks, we can start that at that point. But I believe, do I have anyone who has an issue with our first block, our first congressional district we put together? I can't see everybody, so if you have an issue, please raise your hand. And let's see that. Great. Let's move to the Sika, and so we need 583 people. Can we to take out? Can we have a look at all our borders? And is there an area that jumps out in terms of the content? Why I'd like to put this back. So I see Commissioner Kennedy's hand is raised.
Thank you, Chair. Reprising yesterday, would we create problems for ourselves as far as VRA if we switched La Quinta in and Hemet, or what's remaining of Hemet, or enough of Hemet out to balance it? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, why don't we have a look? Because we're trying to get, I don't know the difference there. So La Quinta's, oh, well, you have quite a population difference there.
Well, we had Hemet split, I believe, in the assembly plan. I don't recall exactly where the split was, but we might look at where that was and whether we can make this happen with a trade over there.
Chair, I brought up the assembly lines that we worked on, and this yellow line where my mouse is moving is where we split Hemet in those districts.
Okay. So
like
Commissioner I'm sorry.
Split for La Quinta and see what it looks like?
Yes, let's try that. Because we do know there was a lot of community of interest said, that's their two completely different areas, and we don't necessarily want La Quinta in the area district.
So I think because of the shape of the district, it might have been a little bit confusing, but they're actually in the same district. So instead of splitting Hemet, which would lose population and put us further negative, we actually need to be looking at areas to add.
Oh, I see. All right. Commissioner Kennedy, do you have another area we'd like to add?
From the Bovic Val into SECA, preferably if we're looking to reduce the impacts.
Simone, could you please put the Latino CVAP on? The heat layer?
I definitely can. I also think that we could maybe take a look at adding Beaumont. It's currently separated from Banning, and if my memory serves, it's about the same population as La Quinta.
And that does make the most sense. Thank you, Sivan.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's try that again. Can we also see, let's, because it's easy to grab, so we'll grab that and see what our population is.
So sorry, let me just make this bigger. I keep forgetting that it's probably showing up much smaller for you all on your screens.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. So adding Beaumont, and I believe I'll probably have to pick up this bubble right here, but we can look at that in one moment. Adding that would make the deviation of SECA negative 0.25. So still looking to add about 2,000 people, and the Latino CVAP would become 52.63%.
And what was it before?
51.81.
51?
Yep, 0.81.
Okay. Oh, okay, so it's gone up.
So it increased, yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, let's see if there's another area, or Commissioner Kennedy, do you have well, I guess we have to, let's grab that little bit that's above.
Yes.
I'm gonna leave it orphaned out there.
So it looks like a portion of Beaumont is included in this Morcoa district. So I can contain it to 2 districts, or if we'd prefer to see if we can try and keep the city whole, I can leave that in and see what happens.
Sorry, so that little bit is in the city of Cherry Valley? Is that what you're saying?
That's the city of Beaumont, but it's included in a different district.
Oh.
Just this small portion.
And was that district is included in a VRA district?
Morcoa is not a VRA district, no.
Then yes, because that would keep the city of Beaumont whole, correct?
Yes.
So yes. Commissioner Kennedy, do you have a, no? Or Commissioner Toledo?
I was just wondering after the line drawer looks at this, if we can just zoom out a little bit so we can take a look at the map a little bit better. Thank you.
Sorry, that didn't help. Did you want me to zoom in on any particular area?
I'm just wondering the area above La Quinta, if there might be some population there that we might be able to, well, actually, I think that's already in. I was thinking of Bermuda Dunes, but it's already in the district, it appears. Thank you.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. So I'm sorry, could we see what that did to our district, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So adding that, and again, the Morcoa is here because that small portion of the city of Beaumont is inside that district. But adding Beaumont and that small unincorporated area between districts would still put us at a negative 0.2 deviation. So we still need 1,734 people.
All
Should
right.
I go ahead and accept this change? It'll make
Yes,
the math
please.
a little bit faster.
Yes, please. Okay, so we need to have a look at an area that we might be able to do as an exchange for, something like that.
Yes.
Could you sort of either kind of go all around the areas?
Yeah, so we could.
Did you have any?
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you want me to make recommendations or?
Please.
Just looking at areas that are kind of right on the outskirts, we have this Lake Riverside, California, which looks like it's about 1,300 people. We also have Whitewater, or we could add Cabazon potentially as well. Or we could look to the unincorporated areas to see if we can grab 1,000 people from there.
Okay.
I would suggest Whitewater in that unincorporated area south of it.
Cool. Let me go ahead and highlight that.
Yeah. Also, Savon, there's that little triangle, which that would be sort of a natural to pick up.
I'm so sorry. The shape of the district is confusing me as well. Let me fill in the color so that doesn't happen. So I take that back. Whitewater is already in the district.
Oh, okay.
Potentially looking, we could make a little finger and grab Lake Riverside. Does that seem like a good?
Actually, yeah, possibly. What's the population in we have tribal areas here, which we really don't want to cut up. And there's one there. So what's the population if we do grab out to Lake Riverside? What population do we have there?
$43 people here.
Well, no, you don't have to do it like that. I mean,
this is. Oh, you mean you want me to select it and see? Okay.
Right. Let's. However, we can do it faster. That's the way we want to do it.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
And Commissioner, sorry, I never know if is your hand still raised or we have Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Toledo, and Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Toledo?
I'm just looking at perhaps some of the, I believe it's unincorporated areas, Ranger Park and Indian Mountain, perhaps there's some land around there. Or some people around that area after we do this. If we still need population.
Ooh.
So that would put our deviation at negative 1,161 people.
So if we grab Riverside, is there a count like a census block we could drop to make it down to plus or minus one?
To add the city or add Lake Riverside, you said?
Yes, correct. So Lake Riverside would have us then at a positive.
Yeah, again, the population numbers displaying are the pre-adjusted totals. So we will have to add it to see what that will do. So yeah, it looks like now we're at 89 people over. So looking to get rid of 89 people.
Okay. Siobhan, can you just go a little bit north here and make sure that this reservation, I think it's split. If you just want to grab that little box straight up, I think that's part of the thing.
So actually, I don't think this is actually a native reservation. It's a little bit confusing. I have landmark areas. So this is probably
was it tribal?
This is not showing up as part of my tribal layer.
Oh.
Oh, yes, it is. Sorry
Yeah, so
about
please grab the rest of that.
that. Okay,
Tribal area.
this district, okay.
Yes. Now, that is ANZA, like as an ANZA Borrego, though. Are we sort of dividing this right smack in half, or?
The
see
city,
anything.
so it looks like this is outside of the city of Ansa.
Yes, please add that. We'll see where we are. Commissioner Kutagawa. So now we have 150, well, we need to keep that area together. So now we need to get rid of 156 people.
Sivan, could you just zoom kind of so we could see a little bit more of the area instead of so zoomed in, so we could just get a context for. And can you go a little bit more north?
More north?
Well, actually, can you just, so that we could see the whole district in its entirety now with some of these changes? It's just such a huge district, and it's getting even more larger. Can you, okay, could you just kind of zoom in now in that Palm Springs area, that just a little bit more so we could see more of that detail? Okay. So can I just ask, there's also, I noticed that it looks like there's a tribal area next to Valle Vista. I think that's in Beaver Cal. Is that something that?
Can we see, can we just temporarily see what we say? Oh, we're talking about adding. Can we go ahead and say what if we add that?
Yeah, we can definitely add it. We are over deviation by 156 people.
Oh, that's if you add the other area?
Correct, but what if we switch one to the other? So could we see?
I think the problem with that is that then it would be non-contiguous, because this is what connects it to the SCCA district.
No, I think she meant getting rid of that.
That little piece that we said we're going to put in that gets us now to 156 people. What if instead of that, we took that the tribal land?
Okay, one moment, please.
Or actually, can you do the same? Just not do anything with that. Can you go over and grab the tribal land? We would see how much that population is.
Yes.
And Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I think what we really need to do is we need to step back and we need to look at the districts, and are we okay with what's in the districts now? And then maybe give the line drawers directions to go back to try to get it down to 0. Because if we're going to go through each district to this level, we're not going to get done. So I just think we just really need to step back, and if we're okay with what the major things that are in there, then we just hopefully move on to the next one. Thanks.
Yes, I like that idea, but we do need to give the direction in terms of what to grab, and something like in this, where to go. Like once we get close, then they can say, "Oh yes, go ahead." But I did not review this district. I did assume that everyone was okay with it, and I apologize. I should have said that first.
So there are 563 citizen voting age population in this highlighted area in red, which includes, I believe it's the Saboba Reservation, but let me double check. Yes.
Okay. So we still need another 1,000 people.
Would you like me to let this change?
Well, actually, I'm sorry. Do we already have part of that tribal area in our district? What's the little one up? Yes, what's that one?
Yes, that is overlaps with the city of San Jacinto.
But is it or is this all one, that piece and the one we just have highlighted, is that the same tribe? The same area?
Not sure.
Not contiguous?
It looks like that is the location of a casino, which I would assume is, yes, part of the reservation.
Okay. So do we think should we add this, everybody? Because we already have part of it in our area, or do we want to take the other one and give, basically what I'm looking for is at what point do we believe we can say, Savon, can you adjust this and fix it for us? Andrew?
If we wanted to maybe take this and then go back down, I believe it was Riverside Lake, not going all the way into Riverside Lake, but there's the other area near the border that we could look at adding. So that I was just going to make that point.
Oh, okay. Yes. And Commissioner Kudawa?
Yeah, two things, Chair. One, I do agree, since we already have part of the Soboba kind of tribal enterprise and also their tribal lands, they should be together. So I would agree that we should include that. Secondly, Chair, if I can, with the utmost request or respect for you, could I just request that you play the role of our facilitator as the chair and not try to do all the line drawing? Otherwise, this will become a much longer process and may not enable others to participate as much because you're trying to line draw instead of trying to facilitate. And it's with the most respect that I do say
No,
this to you.
I thank you, Commissioner Kudawa. The reason I was saying, because the reason I was actually giving you direction is because we'd also gotten public comment about everybody, it shouldn't just be the chair who's then saying, go ahead and please make that. I agree that I can, I'm looking for other people to make the suggestions, and I will step back gladly. But we do need to have who's ultimately leading the line drawers, I guess, is the way I was saying about that.
That is you ultimately, but you are in this role. I'd like to suggest the main facilitator.
Yes, no, I'd be happy to. All right, and Commissioner Fernandez.
My recommendation would be to accept this, and then all of the oh my gosh, unincorporated area going north, we try to grab as much as we can until we even out. So at least it's, yeah. Thanks.
Yes, my understanding of that is basically make sure there's no gaps in between it. Is that what you were saying? Yes. Yeah, please do that. So on, could you go ahead? Great, thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I would support that as long as the CVAP doesn't go down. So I'm just interested in making sure that that we do that as long as the CVAP doesn't go down. It appears to be maintained, so that would be fine. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And everyone, that is important. The big difference between we need to keep the CVAP up. We have to make other changes if the CVAP gets low. So, thank you. So, what is another idea that we do? I guess we do have. Andrew gave us an idea on the floor. Can we go over and have a look at that, please? And what does everyone think of?
I was going to start adding the population that was suggested by Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm sorry. I thought you already did. Please do that.
Oh, no. And I would just wanted to confirm that it was this area here. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Susan.
Okay, perfect. I will start adding population, and you can keep an eye on the Latino CVAP and the population in this box.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just a reminder to everyone that the prior SICA Latino CVAP was 51.81.
Great. Thank you.
Looks like we're not getting a lot of population there.
Yeah, do you want me to commit this or continue grabbing unincorporated population?
I like that. Is there any way to put the numbers up again, Sivan, like you did in terms of what the census numbers? Thank you.
On each census block?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll need to zoom in to show that. Let me grab this. I added a second layer that has the outlines only. So let me see if I can turn the labels on. Okay. Find. Are you able to see those? I can make them a little bit darker if not.
Can you zoom out, please, Sivan, just so I can see what the district looks like now? Thank you.
Oh, yep.
Sorry, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, do you have an idea here? Or
No, not really right now. It's just, I was thinking of going in and taking more of San Bernardino, but it's just, yeah, I'm open for other suggestions. Thanks.
Could we put the heat map on, please? So, and then we can go around and say the edges to see if there's an area close by that of Latino population which we may have missed.
Where would you like me to start zooming in and looking on the edges?
Commissioner Kennedy.
Chair, I would take up Andrew's suggestion to look there south of Anza.
Would you like me to start bringing in population from these census blocks here?
Chair, I would say yes.
Sorry, I realized I'm not on. Yes, please.
Would you like me to add the reservation or I'm not sure if it's a Denchidia or this tribal area right here?
We did have, that was Andrew's suggestion. So could you please put that on capture that and give us the numbers on it, please?
Yeah, so grabbing that, it looks like we still need about 343 people.
Yvonne, can you make sure you grab that little part that went up into the neighboring district to the north?
Yes, I'm just cleaning up the edges.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry, do you have the heat map on now?
Yep, the heat map is on.
And that certainly looks like an area where we should probably try that. Could you put the block? Yeah, thank you.
So now we're 4.
Wait, ooh, I'm sorry, because there was a number 4 right next to you. Did anyone see it? Did anyone see that? Or am I seeing things? Going back over to where you just added stuff? Yeah, that's a.
4 over, so this is, we need to get rid of a 4 that would be.
Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Yes, so shall we, at this point, shall we just say, hey, let Siobhan do this and we move to the next area? And when she finds that, she'll can get back to us? Well, I'm seeing a couple of nods, but I don't really see. Yes, I'm getting thumbs up. Yes. So Siobhan, would you please do that and let's move on to our next area, which.
Also, I just want to note that the CVAP, the Latino CVAP we ended with was 52.52%.
Great, and that went up from the 51.8. Correct? Yes. Great.
Correct.
Okay, now if you could back out, please, and so at this point, we have two sort of options. We could go and work on the other VRA districts in Riverside, or we could do the architectural changes in San Diego. What's the preference here? Commissioner Kennedy.
Chair, I think we need to finish up San Diego before we start moving north, because otherwise we are creating a possibility of a bubble that will cause us problems down the road.
Thank you. Mr. Toledo?
I would agree. I think if we go up, then there's less of a chance we'll have a bubble, given the +1 deviation.
Great, wonderful. Then I say, does anyone really not want to do that?
I normally like to go through the VRA first, but I think this is the only way to ensure that we are in compliance with our equal population requirement, which is before VRA, right?
Yes,
Thank you.
This is a different thing. So thank you very much. So with that, now what was the architectural change in here, and can you give us a goal and steps, and we go through it and talk about it, and then do the line drawing. Commissioner Toledo?
Pardon, I missed that. I missed the question.
Oh, for the architectural changes in the San Diego, did you have an idea?
I think Commissioner Sinai had some suggestions and recommendations. I think let's start there, and then I think we can add to it.
Yes. Okay. I thought you had. I didn't know if your hand was raised for
sorry,
an idea.
sorry, I meant to take it down.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
This is building on what Commissioner Turner had mentioned for step 2. So the long-term goal would be to have all of the rural areas together like we did in the assembly map. To get there, can you zoom out a little bit so we have all of San Diego together? I mean, we can see all San Diego. To get there, we would need to, my suggestion, and others may see a quicker route, but would be to take what's rural right now in SMESCPOW and put it into Southwest Riverside. And then we're going to be we'll pull some population from SD Coast into the SM, and we're going to basically create a central San Diego district like we did with the assembly, and then a south, an east rural district. And then, so that would be kind of, that's where my thinking is coming, and where we would we would need to look to see which ones of the big, there's different cities that are bigger populations than others to see which goes with the rural community to make sure that we get the right numbers. But the first thing I would do is pull in all the all along the border, the part that's not part of the VRA district along the border. Along the border, and then start picking up the cities and leave out what we just put in, which was La Mesa, Lemon Grove, La Presa, make sure those are all kind of surrounds them. Am I making sense, or does it make sense to, because that's going to be coastal. So yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not making sense. So I guess you take the Southwest Riverside and go down to the border going around those communities. Is that right? Andrew and Sivan, am I sounding better there?
So we need to add just under 6,000 people to this SME district.
Well,
So
right
if you
now we're
wanted-
still doing structural changes and then fixing.
Right.
Okay.
I guess I'm just trying to get a better sense of what you're envisioning. I'm going to put on the assembly lines in yellow, and maybe you could describe what you were picturing here. Do you want it just kind of a East County? So instead of splitting it here, just orienting population more north-south. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I would say we should, instead of going down, we should start with this district, remove the areas that you don't want in it, and then add back the areas that you do want. Or vice versa.
Move it to which area? I guess that's where I was being confused. I was confusing myself.
It depends on your vision, I guess. If you want more of the city of San Diego in this district, we'll just kind of have to see what it looks like. But
yeah, I guess I was that makes sense. I guess I was trying to figure out how one would kind of become more of a V. How do you move a horizontal line to a vertical line is where I was struggling.
So maybe I can just start kind of reorienting the shape of the district, unless there's different direction from the chair.
Yeah,
And I think
sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Sinai.
Oh no, I wanted to encourage others to think this through.
Yes, and Commissioner Kudakawa, could I get, let's get a couple of ideas here, because I'm not clear what you're, at this point, it might be good, like, I'd like to have these together. I'd like to have that and that and that together.
Okay, I can say all of it if you want to see. Okay, so what I would like is to have all of East Coast, the rural community together, because they've asked to be together over and over again. And that would include, if it works, Valley Center, Paula, that one corner all the way down to Hamul and all the way down to the border. Wrapping around that one koi that's El Cajon to La Mesa.
Okay.
The other, we would want to have a coastal, and it looks right now, coming from Orange County down to San Diego, and then a downtown San Diego. We'd have to see it's hard without knowing exactly what the numbers are, but downtown San Diego and some of the community. Well, wait. So La Mesa and all that would be, as Commissioner Turner said, with the Asian business koi if it works. And then downtown San Diego would go up the coast.
Yeah,
And
can we just focus on this district? Do you want me to remove the portion of the city of San Diego? Are you trying to remove the city of San Diego from the East County district? Okay, I'm going to add the portion of San Diego that's in SME-esque POW into SD Coast, and that will give us at least a better sense of a starting point.
Great. And while you're doing that, can we hear from Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, so two things. One, we did I just saw an email that the maps that are being shown do not match what is on the map viewer, and we have individuals who are commenting on what's on the map viewer, not what's being shown here. So I just wanted to note that Freddie, I've let you know. So I wanted to just say that separately. See, I appreciate what Commissioner Sinai is trying to do, but I think it might be good to just start with a larger overview of the area. I mean, the SMSC POW, the San Diego coast has 7,000 under deviation. We're looking at SOC, NSD at minus 4,200 roughly under. So we're talking big bits of, population that we're going to have to pick up here. So I think I wanted to just say that out loud too, so that we're conscious of just the bigger picture of this area and how that is going to mean, again, yet another large district moving up, most likely up into Riverside, up the 15 probably makes the most sense, because then that will keep a lot of the inland cities that want to stay inland and together with other inland cities together. And then the coastal cities, we've heard a lot from San Diego that want a really truly coastal area. So if it's a city touching the water, then it should be in a coastal district. So maybe that might be a good way to just break things down and kind of start pulling in the cities that need to be in a district. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fortiari.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think we're going in the right direction. I just think we need to keep going because, we've got to blow this whole thing up and then dial it in because it's completely wrong.
Yes, exactly. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, again, I would have to agree. I don't think we have to overcomplicate this. We have certain natural barriers that it created. We have a district we already created. We have water on the left side, on the west of us. So we either look at it vertically or horizontally. Either it's a north and south or east or west. Just the sheer numbers is going to dictate that we have to do that. We have to fill in the space to the right, bordering the district we created. So
exactly.
I think that's how we should go.
Great. Yes, I completely agree. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I just wanted to say definitely was in support of what Commissioner Sinai is trying to do. And I think the deviations will look a little wonky. The numbers will look a little off until she completes shifting some things around.
Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah, the only thing I would ask is, I'm sorry, now who's new on this? We have, Neil, you also want to say something? Commissioner Fortiari? No. Commissioner Taylor, you just finished? And then, so is it Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Commissioners, yeah, you're, okay.
I'm finished. Okay. I did it Fernandez.
Thank you. I think it is predominantly.
Wow.
It is predominantly north-south, but it may be up by Vista, depending, it depends once we see the deviations. But there is a COI that goes along the 78 corridor that's Escondido, San Marcos, Carlsbad.
Right.
Vista. So as we build it, and ironically, Linda, one of the comments that we got was that folks in San Diego don't see it as one long coastal district. They see North Coast and downtown. But if it's one long North coastal, one long coastal, that would be great.
Okay. Thank you. Now, so I understand where you're headed here on this one. And then what I would appreciate is if you started at, because again, we don't want to lose any, have a bubble, but the one at the coast. If you could go that one, and then if you want what's in the middle of that, that's great. But can you continue on what you want to take out of this or what you want to keep into it? Please.
Savon, where are you at right now? Sorry.
So I just removed the portion of the city of San Diego that's in this East County district. And then that will give us a better starting point of knowing how much to add. So I'm going to go ahead and accept this if that's okay. And now we know that we're looking for, unless there's any further refinements, we're looking for 192,956 people.
And since this is where, so what, can I recommend, so we need to add that many people, right?
Yes.
All right, so let's put Poway in that district, please.
Okay. We still need 48.
Yep. Can you put, and we're going to go over just so everybody knows. Can you put Rainbow, Fallbrook, and Bonsall in that district, please?
While we're waiting, Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have something to add to this?
No, I'll see where this goes.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I mean, I do see the San Marcos, Escondido, Coy potentially being in this district as well. It would overpopulate, but that's a potential population center and we are looking for a significant population.
Is that in your vision, Commissioner Sanai?
It depends. Right now, I'm trying to grab all the different, because we're now also pull out down below. So that is a definite potential. Can we also add all the unincorporated area all the way to around Escondido, down Escondido and around Escondido?
On this side or
on that side and then up above, yeah.
And Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to say something earlier, but I'll.
I'm open for any help.
Chair, can I make a comment here now?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll be honest. I think instead of putting in Rainbow, Fallbrook, and Bonsall into this district, to keep it a little bit more compact, perhaps we should look at, Escondido. I mean, it's 150,000 people right there, and to see what can we do with that, and then maybe look at. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we can fit both Poway and Escondido, but maybe split part of Escondido to make it a little bit more compact, and then the Rainbow, Fallbrook, and Bonsall, I think is better going into the Southwest Riverside district, because I know that, there was some about not wanting to cross counties, but we've already gotten over that. And I think they are better paired with Temecula and Lake Elsinore and the counties that go the cities that go a little bit more north. Plus, it'll be a much more compact district, because this is already a large district.
I hear you. This is similar to the Assembly and the COI. They specifically, Fallbrook, those guys asked to be with all of it, but I'm okay either way. So yes, let's go that way then. I just want to remind folks that we are going to pull still from this out from this district, because we've heard often that Lemon Grove and all those, that it's a different. That one goes more towards the city of San Diego versus East County. So go ahead and put Escondido, as everyone's asking. I think that's great. As long as the chair wants.
You're muted, Chair. You're muted.
Thank you. Yes, on this, if we could grab that, and then I believe what
Can I interject here real quick?
Yes.
We're gonna redo this again if we go this route. What
Yes.
we need to do is go down to the bottom. We need to pull out of this district what we want to pull out because we got to squish it up.
Yes, that's actually, I'm
And
sorry,
then-
that's
and
what I
then
was saying
figure
when I
out
was
the
muted.
balance later.
Right, we'll do this part, stop on this one, go back down to the bottom and grab in what we need to, or get out what we need to. So let's sort of start from that area. Because I believe everyone's concerned that what's going to happen here is we'll have taken too much and there's no area to grab the people. So let's go ahead and do this one, please. And then Commissioner Sinai, I might have you start on a slightly different area, or pull out at the bottom, as Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Fornshari was saying. And Commissioner Sadbani?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with the piece around pulling out and starting down at the bottom, but just conceptually and kind of big picture. And I think we've heard a lot from the Fallbrook folks, and some of it has been conflicting testimony, but in general, I would support them being in this district because it also then supports keeping the county together. So to me, it's bringing in Escondido, maintaining that COI of Fallbrook, Rainbow, Bonsall, and keeping them all together within a San Diego-based district.
So Chair, am I able to accept this change and move to remove more population?
Yes, no, please accept this change. And I believe we're going to hold on this one and go down at the bottom and grab. So Commissioner Sinai, you're grabbing stuff out of this area, down in this area. Is that down here? Is that correct?
Yes, and this is where you all can help me on which communities do we want to pull out for the COI that we have heard of. That this is the City Heights to East COI.
Okay, maybe we could start with at the border and do that COI first. That district first, because right now that's the whole, or are you're not doing anything on that side?
Oh, we're not doing anything on that side. So okay, I'm just gonna I was
Yeah.
trying
Can
to
you
do
give
this
us an overview?
collaboratively, but I'm gonna move us forward. So if we could do La Mesa, La Presa,
Adding at the coast.
yeah, move it to the coast.
Okay.
Lemon Grove, and I believe it's Spring Valley in this one or not? Does anyone remember in the COI? I think so.
Spring Valley.
Yeah.
Just to note, we're intentionally moving population out of a district that already needs 30,000 people. We're aware of that. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Should I go ahead and accept this change? Or did you want to also add Spring Valley?
I think I'd keep Spring Valley out unless we find I can't to confirm which way. Usually these were the ones mentioned.
And what about El Cajon and Santee? Did you want to keep them in separate districts or keep them both in East County?
Commissioners?
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, before we respond there, I'm just wondering if we can address again publicly what's going on with the maps, because we're still getting information that's coming in that says we're working off of refining a map that's not posted. different than what's in District Viewer. Map names that they're not seeing posted. And I'm just wondering if we can address that so that we're not confusing those that's trying to call in and follow the process. So is there a way, staff, that we can line up, check, name what we're working on as opposed to what is posted, and if that's different than what we're working from in our map viewer?
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Yes, is it literally just the names are different, or do we know? Is the same document?
I don't know the specifics. I do know the names are different. There's apparent differences in South Bay, San Diego, or South Bay SD, and a BeaverCal that is posted in maybe Map Viewer, but not. It doesn't appear in both places, so I'm not sure. I'm trying to look for it now.
Commissioner Anderson, can I suggest we take a break so that we can contact the line drawers and just verify?
Yes. Yeah, I believe, thank you very much for bringing this up, Commissioner Turner. This is extremely important. We do not want the public to be confused about what we're doing. There is only one draft map that we're looking at, and I believe it's just misnaming that's different. This isn't another document that we've created that we haven't been posting. So we'll pause right now, take a break, and figure out the differences so the public is not confused and we're all looking at the same thing.
Chair, just so that everybody is clear, for those who are using it like some kind of program, could we also request that the shape files also be posted so that way then there's less confusion? Just looking at a PDF may not be enough, and it may be best to post up the shape files, which I did go looking. They're not posted. I went looking for it myself too.
It used to say go to our draft maps here, and it brought you to a page that had all of the shape files. It had everything on it. We'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll show the public where these things are on our website.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone, and sorry for that bit of confusion. They are indeed these same files on our map viewer. It's the same file. It's the same district. The names were made sort of easier to understand. There's a short name and a long name on these our files. The short name is what we're looking at on our map, and it was the long name that was on the website. So what we're doing is and the shape files are indeed on our website. If you go to the very first page, the home page, and scroll down that home page, it says draft maps, and you click on that, it's going to take you to the map viewer. And the very first thing on the map viewer is we have our draft. The draft maps are on this. If you want the shape files, click right there, and it takes you to all the listings of all the files. So I'm sorry for the confusion. It was done actually to make it easier for people to understand. But we all know if you put a label on something, as long as it's the same label, we don't really care what it is. So that's being sorted out now. I believe it is good. At least I hope. And could I have a staff? Has that indeed been verified? All right. Well, we're waiting for that. We do need to move along here. So, Commissioner Sadwani, I'm going to give a call on you first.
Sure. So I think where we left off was looking at what cities would move out of the SMESCPOW. I believe, I don't know if it was Commissioner Sinai or someone else who had mentioned La Mesa and La Presa, I believe La Presa as well. I just wanted to also put in there El Cajon. We've heard, quite a lot from the community about not wanting to be with other areas. We weren't able to keep the city whole in the assembly maps. But it would be great to explore if that would be an option for us this time around in the congressional maps. I recognize, however, we're continuing to pull populations out of this district, so we're going to need to pick them up somewhere else as we move further up. You know, I think there's some ideas about how to do that. So thank you. Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you. So your recommendation at this point is to what? To pull La Mesa?
La Mesa, La Presa, El Cajon, possibly also Spring Valley, and pull all of them out of this district.
Out of the
SCPOW.
And put them where?
For
SDC
now,
coast?
into the SD coast. I think actually what I would like to see is actually 2 different districts in this area down here, one that's more centralized, and then the more coastal one that I think Commissioner Sinai was talking about. So this has been a strong COI.
Ooh.
We've heard a lot about these areas, and so pulling them into a district that's more centered in this center area.
Okay, all right, that's an idea. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, I actually, I do like what Commissioner Sadwani just said about perhaps maybe it's creating a central inland district, but the thing is that it might just be another long district, so I don't know if that's going to be possible to do. From the COI testimony that we received, Spring Valley, I heard included often with La Presa and La Mesa and El Cajon, while their preference was to be with what is currently the VRA district. Clearly from the population numbers, we're not going to be able to do that. They didn't really want to be with the coastal district, but you know, right now, perhaps that's where we put them and then see what we can do about creating more of a central inland district. On the eastern San Diego side, going further north to try to pick up more population as we take those populations out, I would also say then, you know, we've taken out Escondido. I would also like to see, you know, in taking out El Cajon, La Presa, La Mesa, and Spring Valley, perhaps we could put in Poway and those unincorporated areas in between, just so that it stays a little bit more compact. We also heard or saw COI testimony as well too about the connection between Poway and Ramona, so that would probably be good to at least bring them in. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm sorry, I did it, Commissioner Taylor.
Okay. Commissioner Forciari.
Pull the trigger. Let's go.
Okay. All right.
Pull the
So
trigger.
yes.
Let's figure out what the coastal district looks like. And we'll figure
Great.
out what the central district looks like. Go, go, go.
I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so we've added that. Now, who's gonna work on our next district? Are we still
Zoom
working
in.
on? Pardon?
Can I keep going?
Yes.
Do I still have, is there time left in my
Yes.
minute?
No,
Okay,
we need
zoom
action.
in. Zoom in on the coast and go, I want to look a little further south. South, the other south. Okay. So right now, yeah, zoom in just above Coronado there.
Sorry, we are right down. Could you go down to the border here for just 1 second? Just scroll that on down to make sure we're not. Okay, great. The Coronado is the last thing that, great. Go ahead, Commissioner Forciari.
Okay, so we have SD Coast there. So we want, I think what we want to have is a coastal district, like we had with the Assembly District, with the Assembly. And that was, I think, I-5 was the delineator at that, is that correct? So why don't we go ahead and just start grabbing everything that's on the east or the west side of I-5 and head on up and put it in oh, it's already in SD Coast. Where does, okay. Yeah, I mean, just recreate that going north. The yellow lines are the assembly district, right?
That's correct. Yeah, so
Okay.
right now, let me turn it off again so you can see the shape of the SD Coast District. Right now, it includes basically all of the city of San Diego.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Well, we need to make a new district in the middle then or something. I mean, what happened? I guess the other districts are all way up there, huh?
Yeah, we're down by 300,000 people in both of these two districts.
Okay, well, we'll get that fixed when we get up there. I think we need to just do the middle. Can you make like a new districts? It's like Central San Diego or something and put La Mesa, El Cajon, Spring Valley, and the other yellow and green one, and then a bunch of San Diego in it or something?
Yes, one moment, please. So you would like me to unassign, you said all of these cities, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, those are all unassigned to a district.
Okay. All right. And then we'll zoom into San Diego and find let's just start. Where were the roads? Oh, okay. There we go. So just
You wanted me to keep adding to the unassigned population?
Yeah, just keep adding, go all the way to 5 and add to that. And let's see, we're up to 52, see where we get.
Okay, one moment, please.
Is this okay? Is everybody okay with where we're going here? Okay.
Sorry, so basically you're taking this out of the SD Coast
SD
and putting it
Coast.
into this new district.
Right, and then
Correct.
we'll make sure we got the correct COI in the middle with I don't know if the Convoy District and all that's gonna be further north, but
This is Convoy right here, this little upside down triangle.
okay, so we're
I
gonna,
can turn on the business district as well.
we're good. Okay.
Okay, well, Savon is doing that. Is that also what you're envisioning, Commissioner Kutagawa? And or Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah, I mean, either way is fine. I know that Commissioner Sinai said that there is a North County and a South County split. You know, San Diego's one and North County's another one. But perhaps for the sake of just trying to achieve the deviation that we need, and especially if we're going to try to create this more central district as well too, I think we're going to have to go further up the coast on this as well. The other alternative is to, you know, just split somewhere in the middle, that central area, and half of it is going to go to the coast and the other half is going to go to the east. Right now, I guess I'm just thinking about it in terms of the population deviations that we're trying to meet, and then at the same time trying to also keep in mind the COIs that we want. So, I don't know, Commissioner Fornachari, if this is kind of like what you were thinking as well too.
Yeah, I didn't know how. I mean, we're almost there. We're 67,000 people short of a district right now. So, you know, I think, so you got, I mean, we want to take out the stuff on the other side of 5, but, you know, I think we're getting pretty close. And I want to make sure we're then, once we get here, then we figure out how to massage it to get the COIs we want.
Great. And it's Commissioner Sinai, is this are we taking too much, not enough, different area?
No, I think it's great, and we do have alternatives if we want to, you know, pull out some of the neighborhood. I mean, I like this district. I think this is a great district. It brings in a lot of people. What I want, I do want to say that Ramona is absolutely rural. So pulling it into this mid-city, this inland wouldn't be a good idea. That what was being said about Poway and Ramona. It's better to go Poway, Ramona out than Poway and Ramona in.
Okay, but we're
but
not
I
there
think
yet.
this looks great.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Snight. Commissioner Turner? No. Commissioner Sadwani? Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. One minute. Commissioner Fornshari, I did intend for you to, are you done with that? And you want to add that?
I do. We need 68,000 more people.
Okay, and
I think Commissioner
Sinai-
Sadwani has an idea.
Yes, Sadwani has a,
Yeah, I'm guessing that this area right along the 5 is probably highly populated. So my preference would actually be where, Sivan, are we looking at that convoy district COI that we've heard a lot about?
Yeah,
Is that the orange?
Yep.
Yep. So my preference, and I just want to feel others out on this, is rather than going all the way out to the 5, trying to spread this district slightly more northward. And that might mean coming up closer along the border of that COI, but that way we could attempt to keep it more intact and picking up those areas. We had looked at this also on the assembly side of Mira Mesa and some of those neighborhoods that are further up there that include that convoy district, that business and commerce area. I'd like to try and respect that COI to the extent possible.
okay,
Can
so
I just-
go ahead.
I was just to say, if possible, just to remember, it's not the 56, but the Peñasquito Creek is what locals have told us. So that captures both sides of the 56. And I think there is a way to take some down from the lower part. There are some communities that we can move out into the coastal area that makes sense because they're close to the downtown area.
Okay.
So that can be done.
Okay, so are you saying, because Commissioner Sadwani is saying, move the west line instead of at the 5, move it basically inland to essentially that COI district. Is that correct? Yeah.
Alternatively, we could try using the 805. That might be a more major dividing line. And then once we've grabbed the majority up to the 56, if we still have, we can try and accommodate those folks, but we don't want to leave a hole right here.
If we do 805, my only concern is that we leave out Linda Vista.
Okay, not sure where that is. So basically, do we want to, again, we're trying to move this west line into that essentially COI area and then grab the rest of the COI? Yes.
That would be my preference. And that could even mean cutting that lower, is that what, the 8 that's underneath there?
Yes.
You know, that lower portion of San Diego could even stay for the coastal district potentially, but I don't know, Commissioner Sinai, if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, we could go 8 to the 805 and then to the VRA district and put all that in the coastal. That would work.
So, Commissioner Sinai, from where we are right there and on the 8, that cut, you're saying take that, the portion that is now between the 8 and the 805 and the 5 and remove that from this new district? Yes, okay. And is that, we have kind of consensus on trying to do that? Sort of? No? Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, just a quick question, 2 questions. One, there's that La Mesa, I believe El Cajon, Spring Valley, La Presa area. Did that get moved into this area or did it get put back into that East San Diego area? Because I think from the COI testimony, I think they would be better suited to be in this kind of more central inland district. The other thing too is that
Sorry, they are.
They
Is that
are?
correct?
No, they're not. I think they got moved out.
Yes, they are.
They're getting moved in.
We're getting them moved in.
Yeah, so we'll need to see them moved in so that we'll see what the numbers
Yes.
are.
They're already.
They're on there.
Okay. The other thing is that along the 8, you have San Diego State University. So I just want to caution where we're going to do the cut and just look to see and make sure we're not going to split the university, split dorms and other, student housing areas. So.
Okay, great.
So just to update you where we are currently with the map, the area highlighted in red is proposed to be added to those areas that we removed from the East County District. So that's El Cajon, La Mesa, Spring Valley. And currently the size of this population total is 7.18% over deviation. So we need to get rid of 54,593 people before, yeah.
Yep. So I say we accept it and then chop some out.
One moment, please.
And also, what is our, okay, our coast is extremely low. Okay, now, so what areas do we want to, according to COIS, what area are we trying to get rid of 54,000 people? What should not be in this area?
That 8 slice we were talking about.
That little triangle that Simone is pointing to?
All the way to the 805. If you go to the 163, you'll cut the LGBT boy.
Okay. Simone, could you grab that and see, give our numbers on that, please?
So, yeah, so keep an eye on this number here. So it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to make it all the way out to the 805. Would you like me to abandon this change and look elsewhere, or accept and then refine? Because we are quite close to our deviation.
Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Kutagawa? Ideas?
I think I would rather go all the way there and then we can fix it up above.
All right.
Andrew, you're scratching your head. Was that not a good idea?
That's good.
Okay, so please do that, Simone.
What
So
about,
we're taking this, sorry, go ahead.
What about along the Santee border? Can we remove some of the unincorporated areas along there as well too?
Well, we also now notice we're going negative in this, so we need to then add. If we want to take areas out around the Santee border,
okay.
we also need to add from someplace else. So if we, does this look right according to our communities of interest?
If we can clean up above the 8.
Yes, I am doing that now.
And Simone, this will go into the SD Coast District, correct? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, what is that road that's right above the 8? Is that Friars Road? Seems too far up, but
Yes, that is Friars Road.
okay. Yeah, that would make sense. That's also that big shopping and condos area too. So that probably.
So do you not want me to snap to the 8 then?
No. You should include that.
No. It's better to stop at the 8.
Oh, at the 8, yeah. Oh, wait, you want, but they need, is it overpopulation now? We're under.
But we're going to grab from up north.
We're making it longer and skinnier.
Well, it used to be a pretty kind of matches with the coast area. Patricia, could you share why you think up to Friars wouldn't work?
The natural boundary for San Diego is the 8. And it's north of 8 or south of 8. That's how the individuals talk, because it's not just the 8, but it's also the river. So people just use the 8 as just kind of a hard barrier. And my thought right now, I mean, it could work, but I wanted, before we're at negative right now in that central district. And I think that's the first one we want to get right before we look at the coastal district, if I'm correct. Right, Andrew? And
that is correct. And we want to add to the central district, we need to add 48,000. So we if you have suggestions of where to add population.
I would say Mira Mesa at the far right. It's in there already.
It's in there.
Okay, great.
Perhaps
Serena Valley. So using again the Rancho Penasquito Creek border.
So that's where the border is currently. Would you like me to move it up to the 56 and see how many people that would be?
Sure.
Or,
Now, are these in the same, this is the same type of people? Same, what, is this a COI, or are we just doing this randomly?
They're very similar.
Okay.
My understanding is Carmel Valley is pretty relatively affluent. It's definitely upper middle class.
And Commissioner Turner?
yeah, I wanted to go back down to the southern border and see what was down there to add in rather than Carmel Valley.
Oh, okay. So we have we need to come to consensus on this. It's so if we hold on Carmel Valley and pop down and see move to the south, let's clean up the areas case. Okay. And so that changes us to just down negative 20,000. But before we add that, could we, I'm sorry.
28,500.
28.5. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong number. Thank you. So could we go down to the southern area of this for Commissioner Turner?
Should I go ahead and accept this change?
I believe that's a no, because we're having some thoughts. So let's just go at the bottom and before we, can we go at the bottom and have a look at it so we can see if there's areas that we do want to add at the bottom? Okay. So any ideas in here? Commissioner Fernandez.
We have a
I'm
bubble
just
right
wondering, over by the University of San Diego, it looks like we're potentially breaking up the university. Can we zoom into that? Right up there? Yeah. My thought was maybe to go all the way to the 5. See, I'm saying all the way to the 5 on that one. Yes. Or Interstate 5.
So is that a yes? I think
I
we're
would be happy to explore that. Let me start adding population.
that's beautiful. And then, so Commissioner Sinai, are you're an additional area here? And Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I guess maybe this is just a question. I know that right now we're trying to keep COIs together, but we're also trying to maintain population. In terms of San Diego State University, which is along the 8 there, I am wondering if we're better off. And also, yes, that's right. With the 5, UC San Diego got split too. But along the 8, did we include San Diego State University in this in this kind of central inland district as well too, because I think they would be better off being in this grouping versus being with the East San Diego rural districts.
Commissioner, could you tell me where San
Do you see where that says college area kind of to the right of your screen? Yeah.
It is in this
It
district.
is? Okay,
the
all right.
Centrum. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep, we got it. And if Savan, you just put up the change population, if we did add this, we would be 2,631 people short.
I think we
if
should.
the-
Oh, where's my hand?
Do we want to add this?
Yes.
You're adding
Okay,
it to the
nods.
San Diego coast?
No, we're adding it into the central San Diego district.
The UC San Diego?
I'm sorry, what, Commissioner Kukau?
We're not cutting UC San Diego. We're fine. UC
Yeah.
San Diego is on the west
Great.
side of the 5.
Okay, let's add that, please. Unless is there, people do not want that added? No, I think I got some nods that yes, we want to add that. Okay, so now we have 2,000 people. Should we back out and see the whole overall area or Commissioner Kutagawa?
I know we just added the space, but I also just checked real quick. Rancho Penasquitos was also noted. It's up along the 15 there. Was noted as a COI that belongs with that kind of central inland San Diego area cities.
Perfect. Well, should I grab 2,631 people from Rancho Penasquitos?
Is that a yes, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yes.
And sorry, Commissioner Turner, you were there?
Yeah, I said yes.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Sinai? Nope, now we're over.
Are we better off removing that other section that you just removed? So that at least more of the city can be in?
I would say no.
So I was called on, so if I could, Rancho Penasquito, all this area is really considered North County. It's sometimes Rancho Penasquito, La Cebre, Forest Ranch, Rancho Bernardo, Poway, Mira Mesa, all of those are looked together and sometimes as communities. And then sometimes the Asian community is separate. And what we've looked at is the Asian business community. So I think that the original, what we added was great. And I would keep the to the 5. And then I don't know if adding, just if there's a road on this side of the 56 that we can use, since it goes up and down, just make it finer.
Sorry, so
these blocks over here are quite densely populated, so we're only going to be able to add like
Can
1
you
or
just-
2 blocks.
Can you zoom out a second? What do folks feel about just adding parts of 2,000 from Poway? Or that's making that more negative, but we're going to work on that.
well, guys, we're looking for areas that have a similar to this, right? And we're looking for 2,600 people. So do we need to back out and have a look at our overall and go in someplace else?
Why is no one listening to me?
Yeah, yes. Mr. Kutagawa?
Yeah, so there is COI testimony that has spoken about Rancho Penasquitos being with Mira Mesa. Poway was noted as being more of an East County rural kind of community and should be then combined with communities to the east, not this community here. And by the way, it also mentioned Claremont Mesa, UTC. It should be in more of the kind of district that we're building right now.
Okay, so, all right, so what are we adding? We just took that out. So are we trying to put it back in? Or what are we trying to add here?
Back out and just see the whole piece that we've just built. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, and in this district, we need 2,600 more people. Now, and remember, we are also the SD coast. We have to, and basically at some point we're combining these. One district has to drop out. So we added a district in here to create this. So where are we? Anyone have an idea of of what we should be doing here? Do we like the area between? So we just have these two districts.
I think the idea that Simone had makes sense on underneath the 56. There's that parallel line. Maybe just keep going up until you get to that number.
All right. Agreement on that one? Disagreement? Not seeing it. Okay, please do that, Savon. And Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have a different idea, or you're going to talk about a little different area?
I guess that little kind of square rectangular piece out to the 5, I know it's by UC San Diego, but UC San Diego is actually on both sides of the 5. They have close connections to Scripps, the Scripps Institute, which is, further closer to the, the coastline and other areas like that. I see what you're doing, but I'm just thinking, since there is COI testimony that is requesting that Rancho Penasquitos be with the cities of Claremont Mesa, Mira Mesa, UTC, in this district, it just seems like it would make more sense, but I don't know if you could put the whole city in, or, you're just taking a little piece of another area. But if you're going to do this, you got to take the university too. But if you're not going to cross the 5, you're not going to take the university. You're splitting it.
The only thing I want to add is that the students have asked that this part of University UTC be separated from the university. They don't want to be any.
So you're saying don't do what we were just talking about, but take from a different area. Is that correct? How if we think about
for whatever?
Okay, right. So why don't we think about this for a minute? And do we need to move to the different district so we can? I mean, we need to have an idea of what we want to add here. Mr. Turner?
Yep, 2 things real quick. A while back, you asked me about my hand, and I forgot totally why. Just sleep deprivation, that's all. The maps, and we are already working on it. The maps have different names. They still are not correct. They show that Beavis whatever, which is in our draft maps, but it's not currently. We traded that out for to T-Val Menifee or something. And so just wanted to say so that we can, and we appreciate the comments, that has been flagged. They should be working on it. And I understand that may not be the only one that we switched names on. And if we could please carefully go through all of them to make sure that it's not a matter of just the names being shortened or lengthened. The names have been changed. Thank you. And then I do think, to the other question, the current one on the table is, I think we should just find an area here. I don't think we should move forward and then come back to this, because I think it's, again, going to throw our deviations off.
Right, but thank you, Commissioner Turner. I appreciate that. And I did think that would have been fixed, but I hope staff is working on our website to make sure that we're using the same name all the way through. We need someone to say, yes, we want this area, we don't want this area. We were trying to add up to the 56 and then we stopped. So are we going to do that? Commissioner Forciari.
Can you zoom in at the intersection of 52 and 805, please? So we already got a little funkiness going on here. Can you zoom in some more? I don't know what's happening in this area. Can we grab? So this is University City. I mean, what if we grab some population, a couple thousand people here. Would that be okay? Can you see what that would look like, please, Siobhan?
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to turn the heat map on because it has the population at the block level. One moment, please.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ahmad, did you also have something to add to this?
Yeah, actually, Commissioner Fornashari took my idea. I think we should move that line up and to the left, since we are trying to reach our number 1 criteria of population deviation. I think we should start there.
Thank you.
Block being moved again. So it's not going to be very pretty. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong box. I'm so sorry. It's what lack of sleep will get you. Okay.
Wait, now we've gone positive.
Okay.
It seems like that 1,000-person block is going to mess us up here.
Right.
What if we go to the west a little bit?
Yeah, can we get the underside there? Yeah, what's
What if we
the
go, yeah, under Governor
Oh.
Drive down there? What if we go there?
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine. Why don't you, maybe
Yeah.
you can just get rid of the duck there and just take everybody under Governor Drive.
Get rid of all of this.
Get rid of all that. Because there's it's surrounded by that 1,000-person block that, yeah,
Yeah, we
just
couldn't.
go there.
Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. We're almost there. Oh. 2.
I can definitely take a look at cleaning this up offline because this is where the
Yeah.
time comes in. If commissioners would feel comfortable with accepting this, and then
Yes, and you'll play with that either side, dropping maybe a little bit over there and adding 100, something like that.
yeah, so we need
Yes.
22 people total.
Okay. Yes, I would say let's accept this and then you could clean that up and bring it back to us, please. Okay. Now, we are going to be working on that, but can we go? Can you just go out And we need to work with this SD coast because otherwise we're going to get a bubble. So any ideas of see how many people we need?
So right now we have an extra district too. Because we unassigned all of this population and we're treating this like a district. So just to keep that in mind. It might make sense to, at this point, combine these two districts so that we have a better sense of population.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, that's, I mean, I realized that I was in favor of this idea, but what struck me is that if we're going to put one here, where are we taking away from, unless we just decided we want to take our 53rd seat back? So
no, we're not doing that.
yeah, so it does mean, you know, if we're going to add one down here, then that means somewhere else is going to get one less, and so just food for thought right now.
No, we're combining.
We're going to delete one. We're going to delete.
Yes, we're deleting
here.
one. We're combining them to make it
We're
one.
definitely going to delete one here.
Yes.
We just put a holder.
Right, and so I believe the suggestion on the table is to add SD Coast to SWRIV and make that one. Is that correct?
I have a suggestion.
Okay,
Can I make a
Mr. Forsyth.
suggestion?
You
How
certainly
about
may.
we
Please
add everything east of I-5 that's in SD Coast right now to SWRIV, and then continue taking SD Coast north.
Sorry, what was that again?
Okay, can you zoom in, please?
Just that one section there?
Just that section east of 5, put that with SWRIV, and the rest of the coast, just keep connecting it north.
I see. So the plan is to divide SD Coast. Part of it is going to go with SWRIV, and the other part's going to go with SD Coast, or whatever that one is. SD. And what names do we want to take or keep?
But let's do this first, and then.
All right. 1 minute. Neil, could you continue? Commissioner Forsyth, could you continue doing that for a minute? I have to step away for 1 moment. And Commissioner Kennedy, could you take over, please?
I'd rather take like a 20-minute break and do this myself, and then come back. Can we do that?
No. Commissioner Akutagawa.
I think what I'm seeing Commissioner Fornachari suggests is that we add the area of Rancho Santa Fe, and then some of those unincorporated areas up above it. I think San Marcos is a COI with Escondido, so Poway could go east, San Marcos could go east, and then we keep going north to pick up the population that we need. So that'll be Carlsbad, Vista, Oceanside, and possibly, Camp Pendleton up into South OC. Is that kind of what you're thinking? Because then that does create somewhat of a coastal district. Vista's not coastal, but I think they wanted to be together with Oceanside. And Rancho Santa Fe is oftentimes together with Encinitas and the coastal areas.
Yeah, actually, SD Coast is 381,000 people short. So I was just going to, I thought we'd move SD Coast and take Fair Oaks Ranch, Encinitas, Carlsbad, Oceanside, and whatever else we need to balance that out. And then just sort of eliminate SW Riv SD and merge, population to the east.
Okay, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that plan. I think that's going to set off a whole big impact as we continue to move further north up the map. And I'm just cognizant that we've got a lot of other things happening further north. So in addition, I think we've had a lot of testimony about the fact that there is a difference between North County and South County, North Coastal, South Coastal. They have their own kind of feel. That was my understanding of that testimony. So to me, I think it seemed reasonable to bring this coastal one inland and localize some of these changes so that I'm just really cautious about setting off a major ripple that's going to, especially rippling all the way up to Los Angeles and even into Orange County, where we have a lot of VRA districts that we're going to start contending with.
We got, I mean, it's kind of a zero-sum game though, right? Here in San Diego, we got this many people in San Diego that we have to district, and whatever number of people we can't put in districts in San Diego are going somewhere else, and it doesn't really matter how we configure the districts in San Diego, that number of people are going to be shot out the top.
Yes, and I think that we have this population here in what is currently in green that could help populate the SD Coast district, right? Like we could be merging SD Coast out to Poway to help balance that population more localized and kind of hopefully keeping folks a little bit more closely together as opposed to having these long districts that are spanning all the way northwards. I mean, I think one of the interesting pieces here in that green district, right, is we already have this little like, it's kind of cinched in between there. And I know that Rainbow, Bonsall, Fair, Fallbrook, they're all in that area and had wanted to go rural in any case. I'm trying to think about like big picture, the kinds of changes. So I'm thinking if coastal can go eastward here, then it still creates opportunities to make shifts in other parts of the map and keeping those communities of interest together is my thought.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I mean, we have 3 districts where we need to have 2. And we need to resolve this quickly before we start creating too many waves and ripples into either Riverside or Orange County. Commissioner Sinai.
If I could make a suggestion, maybe just so that we're not dealing with this extra district, I could bring this northern part into this East County district and then allocate the rest to the coastal district, just so that we are then balancing between the 2 districts rather than potentially cutting ourselves off in a bottleneck somewhere else.
Room?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner.
And then Commissioner Sinai, you're up next. Commissioner Akutagawa, sorry, I thought you had just finished.
No, I'd like to make a suggestion. I think we know that Poway has asked to be more with Ramona, so I think that should be brought into the East County district. Since it's looking like we're going to have to, right now, cross the Riverside border, we have seen other testimony. I know, Rainbow and some of the others don't want to cross, but there are others that said, being with Temecula is not a bad thing either, too. So could we also move them into this East County district and then look to see, what we have, remaining to see how much more we need to populate the SD Coast district?
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Can we, so we're 29,000. So can we go down to the border and make sure we haven't missed anything, like down to the down south, and start from the bottom up, please?
Oh, excuse me, I was on mute. One moment, I'm just cleaning up a non-contiguous area. Which district did you want to look at?
Let's start at the bottom and make sure. Let's Again, where are we sort of overall? As Commissioner Sadwani said, let's make sure we have a district, we have one in the middle. So what are we doing? Do we need to add more things to this SME POW? Were we going to try to put Poway Ramona in there? Let's put in San Diego what we wanted to put in San Diego. Is that and then we need to work on the coast one as well.
Well, you discussed, do you mind if I finish making that change where I'm getting rid of that extra district, just so we don't forget about it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had done that. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now have the correct number of districts.
Thank you, Savon. Now, so seeing that, which area do we want to work on? Mr. Sinai?
Okay, so the Southern California, North San Diego, or South Orange County, sorry. That one is 4,000 short, right? Could we see if we put all of Encinitas together, if that would cover that 4,000? So it's at Olivenheim.
It looks like that would make SOC NSD 9,000 people over.
Darn. Okay. What we do want to do for sure in this, okay, can we move Fallbrook to the east? I guess, should we accept this for Encinitas since that's coastal and then move Fallbrook out and see where we are?
Yes. Yes, could we please do that?
Would you like to move Fallbrook into the coastal district or into the East County district?
East County.
One moment, please. Yeah, that would make your deviation in the East County district 0.44% or 3,357 people over.
Okay, so where, we still have in the SC coast now is a little over. We still have the like 22, which we're going to take care of. So where are we going to get more on the how? Oh,
Can
no,
we
I'm sorry.
move-
Now,
If we move Bonsall over to the SMES POW, would that help that 29?
Right now so the number that Savan is showing up on the screen under SM, that we're now 7,000 over in the
South Orange
Eastern
County.
District.
that Eastern District. Okay, so we need to take something out of the Eastern District now. Is there, unless we want to do a switch? Do you want to take something out, put something else in, or?
What I would do is put those in and then shave off Escondido going inland. It is kind of weird to go from San Diego City all the way up to Escondido, that coastal. So I don't know if there's a way. I guess I would have to pull out, if we can pull out so we can see better. Zoom out,
Yeah, so
sorry.
Zoom out, please. Okay. All right, so we need to add, oh, that's, okay, I'm sorry, that's not correct. I'm looking at them on the map. So we
Can
need
I
to take
accept
some,
this change, Chair, before we talk about removing? I won't
oh,
be able to
certainly.
remove until I
Please
add it.
do, please do.
That's a 22. That's a 23. That's a 3.
All right, so we need to have this, thank you, Savon, because now the numbers we're looking at are correct. And the North Coast that's over, is that correct?
No, negative.
Nope. It's needing to 23,000 people.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
If you're looking to remove 3,000 people from this East County district, we could look north in Riverside County, perhaps.
Yes, please do. But now, what do we like? Do we like what's happening down in San Diego? No, I'm getting a no from Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Sinai, what were you trying to do then? Commissioner Sinai, can you hear me or did you freeze?
No, for some reason I couldn't unmute. My apologies. I'm trying. What is the San Diego Coast one? There's the numbers. Oh, it goes all the way. So it's going up and into Carlsbad? No. Oh, there it is. So 652.
Correct.
And Bonzel's still in there.
Correct.
See, it wouldn't feel as weird if Bonzel wasn't in there, but having Bonzel, which is very rural, in with downtown San Diego and the beach is very strange.
All right, we'll do it. So if we want to pull that out, but Commissioner, why don't you think about it for a minute, and Commissioner Kutagawa, we'll come back to Commissioner Stein.
Yeah, I understand what Commissioner Fornachari wanted to do is to try to keep it all in San Diego and keep North County with North County, but that is definitely not North County. What you have is a coastal to inland long district versus, if you went from down by Coronado, perhaps all the way up the coast, because at least you would keep the coastal counties together. I know that there is a difference between North County and South County, but I think what we have is even more weird. But we can do better. I'd like to try to see if we could do something a little bit different so that we could be better about this. Perhaps we can look at moving Poway, and then, or not Poway. Let's go up to perhaps the coast to Carlsbad with that, and then we could remove some of the north inland counties or cities to either the East County or balance it out with Riverside. Would that work?
All right, why don't you guys think about are we going to try and do that? We're moving it now to the coast. So we're rearranging now. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I think we're going to create a very long district here. I'm wondering if we can, again, localize a little bit. I definitely support Bonsall needs to go to that more rural area. What as like kind of a compromise if we took in Solano Beach and Encinitas, and Commissioner Sinai, let me know what you think about that. I know that's your hometown, and try to localize this district and make it a little bit more compact, extending and kind of ending at Encinitas and coming inwards, and working it that way. And up at the top, Bonsall is going to be coming out.
Yes. So why don't we know that we want Bonsall out. So please take Bonsall and put it into the SEM Pro or PAL. While we think, and so do we want to go ahead and do this? Sorry, go ahead.
Would you rather put Bonsall with Oceanside in this?
No, the other way.
County? Okay.
And
Should
I'm wondering
I
about,
accept this change or abandon it?
We're going to accept that change.
Okay.
Yes, please.
And I'm also wondering about Hidden Meadows going in that more rural district as well. Folks here about that.
One moment, please, and I will have that up for you.
We definitely want to put Bonsall in the SME POW. Okay, and as Savannah is doing this, what is our other vision? We're taking this and putting this in with the POW, so and that which will have too many people. When we're taking the people out up in Riverside, is that the idea? I believe. Or what else are we doing with our SD Coast? Sorry, Savannah, go ahead and do that one, please. Finish that. Okay. Sorry, and sorry, no, Commissioner Sadwani, or who was? We're taking that other little piece too. Is that correct?
Yeah,
The little piece that's
that seemingly
yes.
unincorporated area. I'm also curious. I mean, what are we're at what 21,000. I'm also wondering about that unincorporated area on the east of Poway.
And Commissioner Kenny, do you also have an idea in here?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And yes, I think there have been a number of voices saying that we need to get Poway into the East County District. So I would say continue not just the unincorporated area there, but Poway, and then we look at rebalancing it by moving some of Escondido back into the SD Coast District. I think that gets us closer to where we're trying to go. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Could you please do that one, Spawn?
So yeah, so I've added all of Poway, and it looks like we're about 5,000 people over our deviation for the coastal district without Poway.
But then you can move some of that Riverside up into Riverside.
That's
Great, thank you. Please do that. Yeah, please do, and make sure. Did you get all the unincorporated area there?
Is there a neck? There's a neck.
This is the city of San Diego, though, and that's
Okay.
the border with the city of Poway. So,
Oh, okay.
should I start removing the unincorporated area around the city of San Diego?
Well, is that? Do we like the geography here first? You know, the architecture. Do we want? You know, what towns should be in this? What other towns should be over in the POW? Anything else that should be over there, or anything that's over there that shouldn't?
Zoom out a little bit, please. Thank you. So we can see the entire
Did she
district.
split Escondido as you
Oh, sorry. I
suggested?
thought we were still talking about SD Coast. I think we're gonna, or are we which, I'm sorry, Chair, which district would you like me to focus on?
I'm thinking the POW, but no, Commissioner Sinai, are you? No, you're thinking the other way.
I think we need to finish SD Coast and then we can worry
Perfect.
about this.
Great,
East
let's do SD Coast.
Okay, thank you. So this highlighted in red is the SD Coastal District.
5,000 from Escondido.
Okay, and Commissioner Sinai has her hand up, waving frantically.
Thank you. Can we add Escondido San Marcos to Vista, to the district that's Vista?
So Yes. Again, we're talking about different districts here. This is
Yes.
the Orange County connecting.
Right, but we're trying to make this more realistic what this district looks like on this side, so then we can move things around from there. If it works.
Yeah, so maybe we could make like an arm going down here.
Well, I was thinking San Marcos to Vista and then Escondido. If we take San Marcos and we connect it to, am I missing something? San Marcos putting it into the district, South Coast, North San Diego.
So remove San Marcos from SD Coast and put it in SOC NSD.
Right.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, no.
So we're 5,000 people away from a balanced district. Do you want me, and then you want to swap out Escondido? Sorry, Commissioner, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I'm confused here. I thought we were working on the SD coast.
Yeah.
So what needs to be in that district? We need 5,000 more people.
No, we need 5,000 less people. We need to get rid of population.
I'm sorry. Yes, 5,000 less people. So what is in here that should not be in here? And Commissioner Sabani.
Yeah, I just wanted to reorient us, and thank you, Chair, for doing that. I think we need to finalize this SD Coast piece and then think about additional changes. And I think at this point, if Poway is with Ramona, then I think San Marcos needs to be in the SD Coast district. Those are the kind of COI swaps that we have to be making. So here, I'm thinking, I have no sense of how populated some of these areas are, but I'm seeing a whole lot of what seems to be unincorporated areas between the city of San Diego and Escondido exactly, and then also north of San Marcos. I think wherever possible, if we can hug up against the city borders and see where that gets us, and then we can always start creeping into some of these cities if we need to do so. But I think that would be a reasonable place to start us off, to shave off that 5,000.
Okay. Yes, so let's now actually, because I have a lot of hands up. Do people all have other ideas about this same? Should we continue on? We've been doing this for a long time. So are we on the right path here? You have a different idea?
That works.
Does it? Where are we now?
So it's actually a little bit too much people, too many people. Now we're needing 8,000 people, but I can trim this, like reduce this selection further.
Yes, please do.
Okay. One moment, please.
And now the public, it is 5:30. Where the lines will be for getting in the queue will be open at 5:45, and then the lines will close at 6:15.
Too many.
Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah.
Sorry. No wonder no one's answering. So while Savannah's doing this and getting us down to within the right number on here, where do we want to go next? And we have Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have an idea? We're fixing this one, because then shall we go over to and then fix the POW? That's our next, isn't that sequentially going up? Or are we headed to
I think we should try to fix the East County San Diego and just, try to fix or finish up as much of San Diego as possible. And then I guess once Sivan is finished with it, then it'd be good to see just the big picture of this SD Coast district that we've made these new adjustments to. Thank you.
So I've got it to 2 people, and again, I can clean that up at a later time if this looks.
Wow.
What does that look like? We accept that. What are we left with?
It'd just be good to know how far up we are or how far north
Yes.
we are still.
Yeah, could you zoom out, please, Saban?
Yeah, 1 moment, please.
Okay, we still have to work on the San Diego here. That unnamed. What is the unnamed one? We'll call that Central San Diego.
Yeah, I'm happy to name it whatever commissioners would like. I can do that now as well.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, so we need to clean that one up, and actually our coast a little bit. So let's work on the
Poway.
the Poway.
1 moment, please.
And while Simone's finishing this, I want people to come up with an idea of what they really want to do on that. Not just general, but specifically what we want to do.
Chair, can I just ask you a quick question?
Certainly, please do.
So since part of this was to try to make the district a little bit more compact, I want to return to the suggestion or the comment that Commissioner Kennedy made about perhaps splitting Escondido and taking a portion of Escondido and then allowing San Marcos to move up into the SOC NSD district, so then it would at least be together with Vista and then part of Escondido. That may be another way to make it so that it's a slightly bit more compact and you don't get that kind of head at the top, because right now it looks like, yeah, it might be a way to make it a little bit more compact.
Well, if and do we have, is that the COI testimony would like to have, are those 2 cities together? Yes, I'm seeing some nods. Then yes, let's go ahead and investigate that, please.
There's a 78 corridor, which is Oceanside, Vista, San Marcos, and Carlsbad. They all work together, and Escondido. They all work together, and their businesses and
Then
their
yes,
nonprofits.
we'd like to do that, please.
I'm sorry, what was the direction from commissioners?
I believe it's to add San Marcos to the
SOC NSD district, and then to split Escondido to balance out what moving San Marcos out, so that as Commissioner Sinai said, it preserves a COI.
Okay, would you like to, I'm assuming, include Lake San Marcos as well?
Yes.
Okay, 1 moment, please. Yeah, so it looks like you could add the majority of the city of Escondido. It would be over by 5.28% if you added the entire city that's selected in red here.
Yeah, I think you should split it so that you can achieve the deviation you want. I did also notice that there seems to be a kind of a square of an unincorporated area between San Marcos, Escondido, and Harmony Grove. And if that helps, maybe take that as well too.
I can absolutely take that.
Yvonne, since you're on that district, I was just going to make the recommendation. It looks like Carlsbad in the southeast corner is split, and maybe adding that. Yeah, just to keep that city whole.
Perfect. So it looks like we need 112,000 people from Escondido. Should I start adding that population now?
Yes, please. Add us the, wait, I'm sorry. Wait, where are we now? We're trying to add.
We're trying to add the majority of Escondido into SD Coast.
Correct. And
Can I make a recommendation? I'm sorry.
Please.
Escondido is going to feel really weird being all the way down the coast. Could we instead add parts of Carlsbad? Or am I messing up my numbers? And then add Escondido to the SOC and SD.
Chair, which direction would you like me to move in first?
I'm trying to understand what. So right now, I thought we were trying to put Carlsbad, San Marcos, what the one above it is, Vista. I thought we were trying to put all those together.
We are, but if we move, the recommendation was moved to Escondido to SD Coast, and that wasn't going to work. So, so my thought was if we end up splitting Carlsbad, because there's a the north part of the Carlsbad would go with the 78 corridor, and the southern part of Carlsbad would go with the coast, and then Escondido could move into parts of Escondido can move into the North San Diego, which they'll feel more comfortable with that coast because they work with Carlsbad than the coast that goes all the way to downtown San Diego.
All right. Any other ideas or additions? Do I like that? Mr. Sadwani?
Yeah, I'm hesitant about that, only because as currently formed, this coastal district that includes Carlsbad is a coastal district that goes to the Orange County coast as well. So I'm not sure how, assuming we're maintaining that general architecture, I'm not sure how those folks are going to feel with Escondido. We've heard loud and clear coastal. So I'm not certain about that. It gives me pause.
Okay, we still need to add people to this district.
Yeah, I'm thinking stick to the plan of Escondido. I saw Commissioner Sinai give a thumbs up on that. I'm not sure if she's going to do that.
So that's and Commissioner Kennedy, were you saying that? Nope, I guess you're saying the same thing. Commissioner Forniciari.
Yeah, can you zoom out a little bit for me, please, Siobhan? So this is kind of a critical decision point here that we're making. Are we going to balance? Are we going to balance the coastal district and leave the internal district unbalanced? Or are we going to balance the internal district and leave the coastal more balanced? Because that's going to decide the direction that we're pulling people to balance these districts, whether we go up into Riverside or over into OC. And I don't know the answer to that or how to figure the answer to that out without giving it a lot of deep thought. But we're sort of at a crossroad here.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. we need to do something with the SD coast. And you're right. Which way is it going? Is it going up? Is it going inland? Because we have, are these still correct? They're still negative. What is our value on the SD coast?
SD Coast needs 112,888 more people to be.
Okay, so those are correct numbers that we're looking at.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm sure Carlsbad is only, what, 14? How much is Carlsbad? 114. If we take the whole thing. And then we be the SOs, that one is then extremely low.
So, Chair, if we added Carlsbad into SD Coast, we would need to get rid of then 2,064 people.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So that versus parts of Escondido. What?
And we need to pull 99,000 people from Orange County, other parts of Orange County to balance that district. Unless we did something else in San Diego.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
And okay, right now, so if we pulled 112 people from Escondido in there, then SME, SC POW would be,
low,
whatever that minus 78,000. So it's, whatever, 30, 40,000 short, which would have to come from Riverside County. So that, yeah, and I don't know the answer, but that's where we're at.
Well, this is where we need to have a look at Coast has Commissioner Kennedy. Do you have an idea for us?
Well, another caution for us. I think if Sivan could pull back even farther on the map, we need to make certain we know what our quote-unquote escape route looks like. Because if you look north in Riverside County with SECA to the east and the Riverside, Moreno Valley, Paris district there, and the Pomona, Ontario, Fontana district, there is an excruciatingly narrow path through which to push population. Or pull population. So we need to be very aware of that. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner Kennedy. Yes, I think we do need to have a look at this because this is the part where we knew we had to move people. Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have an idea for us?
Yeah, I guess I wanted to just make two kind of cautions as well too. One, I think as Commissioner Kennedy has said, there's a narrow path up Riverside, but there is a path. My caution is, I know in the assembly we put South Orange County with Riverside, but it was imperfect because remember there is a mountain range, and so if we're going to push up through Orange County, I'm thinking into Long Beach and LA County now, that is an option from just a pure population perspective. But remember, it is going to then be a fairly long district because we also have a VRA district in Orange County as well too. So those are just kind of these now other ripple effects that I also wanted to just put out there. And I guess the other last thought I have is looking at San Diego coast, perhaps one option is to take that central SD coast district and maybe move it slightly a little bit more east to in certain areas, maybe like a city here or city there, so that we can pick up a little bit more population down at the very bottom of the San Diego coast so that we don't have to push up so far north, and may also make balancing out some of the other two districts a little bit more feasible. So that's just another thought there too.
Okay, thank you. And on that, I have to stop us for a minute. We need to have, it's actually past 5:45. We need to have the instructions read for people to get into the queue. And our break, because we came back at 4:20, we then have to take a break shortly thereafter. We'll take a 15-minute break, but we did say we were going to take public comment at 6:15. So why don't we think about this while we read the instructions, and we'll probably have to, at that point, we'll probably go on break. So if we can leave this on the screen so we can come up with ideas, and when we come back from our break, we'll only have about 20 minutes or so. Actually, wait, we'll have 10. We'll only have 10 minutes or so to try to wrap this up. And because we've already sort of said tonight, we're going to take the public comment, and then due to the late night last night, I think we need to think about this, and we'll come back again in the morning. So, Katie, or could you please read the instructions for the public comment?
Absolutely, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 811-4925-9556 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You're not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And I will hand it back to you, Chair. You are still on mute, Chair, I believe.
Pardon me. Sorry about that. Thank you, Katie. And so with the lines, I'm sorry, did you finish with the lines when they'll close?
The lines will be closing at 6:15 still, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we're right at a break right now. So I want us to, we'll go off for a break, and we'll be back at
6:05.
6:05. Thank you. Well, welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. And today we're just finishing up because we are going to take public comment, maybe not exactly at 6:15, but shortly thereafter. And so I believe we are just in the point we're adding Carlsbad to the SD coast. Is that correct? Could I, so please take it over, Simone.
Yeah, so I think that if we go ahead and add Carlsbad into the coastal district, we will be able to remove either Harmony Grove or Elfin Forest, and then trim the rest of the population from some of these unincorporated areas. If that sounds like an okay plan, I can go ahead and commit this change and then move population out.
Okay, unmute.
Or I thought that was the plan. Commissioner Sabani?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I thought that the plan was Escondido, a portion of Escondido, maintaining Carlsbad here, because there's also things happening up. There are communities that are more linked in Orange County that are also coastal. And after Escondido, then working on Poway. Like that more rural district in Riverside. What was I on my own in that thinking? I thought that's what we had agreed upon, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
Well, let's maybe I misinterpreted. Commissioner Forciari.
So I just want to follow up on some comments I made earlier about population shortages. In total, we're about 19,000 short. And looking at the two pathways that those 19,000 people could come from, one is through the little skinny thing down from San Bernardino Riverside, but that's all short anyway. The other way is through Orange County, so it's probably, so I guess my point is, it probably doesn't matter which of these cities we pick. It's probably all coming, or most of it's going to go through Orange County.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's sort of a vote for, let's take Carlsbad instead of.
I said, I don't, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't think it's going to matter in the long run.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I was leaning towards Escondido, just moving through Escondido and then pushing up. Hopefully that'll get us the population that we need, or at least shifting the population.
So you're saying leave Carlsbad where it is and grab Escondido?
Yes.
Most of Escondido. Okay.
Enough to be able to push population up. Yep. And get the districts in line.
Well, that would we could take it's 100. We're missing 112, and Escondido has 151. So we've got 40,000 left in Escondido. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, that was my thought as well a while ago. I thought that's what we were going to do. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy.
Chair, to minimize the ripple effects here, it looks to me like our best bet would be to take the 78,128 that we need to reduce SMES CPOW by from Escondido, put that into SD Coast. That's still going to leave us, 34,000 short. We take that from Carlsbad, and then we've minimized our ripple.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
it's not 100% either or. It's let's balance the East County district by taking the part of Escondido that we need to balance the East County district that goes into the coastal district, and then we balance the coastal district with what we need from Carlsbad, and we've minimized our ripple. Thank you.
Okay, that's an interesting idea, and that's sort of a combination of both. And Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Toledo.
No, I fully support that idea. Just to get the deviations correct in the Eastern District, and then start working up. Thank you.
And Commissioner Sinai?
I just want to remind everybody, I know it's ironic or hypocritical for me to say this, but Escondido is an East County. The COI testimonies we've gotten from Escondido is either to keep them in East County or put them in the 78 corridor, but not to put them with San Diego coast, even though the corridor they accept because it's part Carlsbad, they're okay with Carlsbad and Oceanside. So we're doing the opposite of what they asked, but I will follow my colleagues.
Okay, did you have a different idea? Do we want to back out and have where else would we?
No, I want to support if the majority is seeing it as a way to go. It's a team effort. I mean, I would have rather put Carlsbad with Encinitas and then Escondido over with the South Orange County, North San Diego. But yeah, because that's a little closer to what Escondido would like. But I will go with my colleagues. I'm not.
Okay, well, let's, can we back out just a little bit and see, because what we're trying to do is balance that, we do need to balance the eastern area. So something like 78,000 has to come out of that. So where would 78,000 come out of that if it isn't there? I mean, it can come out of at the top, but we still have to land has to go into Carlsbad. Okay, so we're talking about taking 70,000 out of above. Okay, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, our first requirement is population, equal population.
Correct.
So let's balance out the eastern portion, the eastern district through, no one likes this, no one likes this because we're going to have to divide a COI, but divide Escondido as rationally as we can, 78,128 people, get that aligned, and then move upward so that we can actually make it into Orange County sometime tonight.
Sometime tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, so. Okay, it strikes me as easier to, okay, all right. But we want to get population, we'd like to get it back into there, kind of keep San Diego in San Diego. Okay, so I believe what we're sort of coming down on with, we want to do what Commissioner Kennedy has said. I'm sorry, Commissioner Kennedy, you have your hand up.
Yes, I want to make sure I understood Commissioner Sinai, and we do have, if I understood her correctly, we do have another option. So Commissioner Sinai, if you were saying that Escondido would rather be in that South Orange County, North San Diego district, then we would pull Carlsbad back into SD Coast and move 78,128 people from Escondido into South Orange County, North San Diego. I just want to make sure whether I understood you correctly or not. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, wait, so you're putting Carlsbad in South Coast, and then you're getting, okay.
And then 78,128 people from Escondido go into the South Orange County, North San Diego. That balance is.
Oh, I see, you're putting it over there. Got it, okay, great. And so, unless Commissioner Sadwani, no, you don't want to do that.
I preferred Commissioner Kennedy's first option. I thought it was a very brilliant way of balancing out population between these districts. And in the spirit of sharing the pain, I thought that was a reasonable way forward.
Okay, I'm kind of thinking though, if we do this, I can see where people, we have two options if we do this last move. We can get some into Orange County as well as some into Riverside. So, Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I do not support the idea of bringing Escondido into a coastal district that includes South Orange County. There was a lot of COI testimony about, trying to keep it more coastal on that. I also just want to note that in an effort to try to, I think, group a group of other COIs, we actually have just dismantled some other ones. And so I guess my question would be, were we better off with the previous maps before we started this exercise? So that then the districts are more compact, and also we do, at least for the most part, preserve more of the COIs that wanted to be together and not create, other kind of groupings that may elicit, a lot of public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just about to, Commissioner Turner, we'll hear from you.
Thank you. Totally hear and understand that. I do, however, like the central part if we reverse all of it, doggone it, did you lose me? You did.
We lost your picture. Yes, we can still hear you.
And so I don't necessarily want to reverse all of it if it means that we're going to lose that whole central part we did a couple hours ago. But I'm wondering if we can then take part of it from Escondido, part of it from Carlsbad, and still minimize the ripple effect. And then talking about sharing the pain, maybe that's a way we can move forward.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. We've heard everything, and we are just about time to go to public comment. At this point, I believe, let's put Carlsbad into SD Coast, and then we'll balance the SM, the POW, by taking that number out and putting it also into the SD, the SNCD, or that one, the not back with the coast, but put it into the OC North SD.
Could you repeat that direction again?
Carlsbad into SD Coast.
Commissioner Anderson, I don't think you have general consensus on that, though. I think there's quite a few of opposition, at least to what I'm hearing.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I thought that okay. Nope. Let's see. No. So are we putting part of Carlsbad in or none of Carlsbad in?
Starting with Escondido.
Okay. So you want to grab all of put Escondido in, or most of Escondido, to balance this. Sorry.
If I'm understanding Commissioner Kennedy's suggestion, it was to take 78,128 people from the city of Escondido from this Poway district out. That was the direction, and I'm not sure if you wanted it in the coastal district or in this SOC NSD district.
You want to put it in SOC SN district?
Coastal.
No, not the coastal. I thought he wanted to put it in the.
Commissioner Kennedy, could you please clarify what your instructions were?
If I could, yes. So the first option was to take 78,128 people from Escondido, put those into SD Coast, and then finish balancing SD Coast by taking approximately, what did we say, 34,000 people from Carlsbad? And that would leave both the SD Coast district and the East County district balanced.
Okay, got it. Thank you for clarifying that. Andrew? Or no? Sorry, Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I've been pretty quiet through this conversation, but just wanted to note as a general strategy, I do think it's good strategy across the state to try to balance populations through these larger cities, because you have a greater chance of at least having a critical mass of population in, split, rather than sort of picking off handfuls of neighborhoods from smaller communities. So I like this proposal to balance between the two districts.
Great, thank you. So with that, yes, please do continue on, Savon. You're taking, you're essentially you're zeroing out the POW. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Can we also take some of that unincorporated area right there, next to Escondido, to minimize taking away more from Carlsbad as well too, and adding that to the SD Coast?
Any objection to that? I don't see any objection. Yes, so if you could go ahead and grab the, sorry, Commissioner Fornchari, did you not want to do that?
That's fine. I just want to remember that we need 22 people to get to the SD Coast. Maybe you talked about that when I was gone. But.
No, we didn't. I don't know. I'm sorry. Savon, did you get a chance to possibly work that out while we were on break? Or did you actually get a chance to take a break?
I was going to say I used the restroom, so no, I did not have a chance to do that.
No, that's quite all right. Thank you. Okay, where are we now? So at this point, I believe we know what we're going to do. We're taking the numbers, we're balancing the POW area into the coast, and then we're finishing balancing the coast with Carlsbad. Is that correct, General? That's where we're headed. Because what we can do now is we could have Savon, because we're already past when we told the public we would start taking public comment. Of course, we have 8 minutes to 6:30. We'll do this for 8 more minutes, then we're going to turn it over to Savon to clear up the 22 people and clear this up and bring it back to us tomorrow. Commissioner Kutagawa? Great. Okay. Now, we do have the 22 people still, correct? And that's next to the SD coast? Yeah, that's just below it. Savon?
Yeah. That's in the central SD. So since I think the commissioner's instructions are clear to balance population in the city of Carlsbad, I can first balance the central and then take and then finish balancing SD coast off camera if that's acceptable.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Just a question. Would it be better to take a small portion from San Marcos so that at least part of San Marcos and Escondido are together?
I'm sorry. Take a bit of, instead of taking Carlsbad.
Instead of taking from Carlsbad, take from a small portion from San Marcos so that at least San Marcos and part of Escondido are together.
And put that, okay, put that into the SD coast. Opinions? Thoughts? Anyone against that idea? Commissioner Sinai?
I think I would rather it go from Carlsbad so it remains on the coast versus pushing more of the inland to the coast.
Okay. And Commissioner Salvani?
Yeah, I would agree with that. We're already talking about splitting 2 cities and prefer not to have to split a third if we can avoid it.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo?
I'll support Carlsbad. Okay. Moving up towards Carlsbad.
Okay. Do we have Commissioner Kutagawa? Is that go with the Carlsbad?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to ask that question since, and I wasn't thinking of 3 cities. I was just thinking just take the remaining portion from San Marcos since San Marcos and Escondido are together. But I'm fine either way. It was just a question.
Okay. All right. Great. So Savon, yes. Could you balance between fix the 22 and then get the remainder out of Carlsbad?
Yes,
please.
Thank you.
And then that's going to take us. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sinai, did you want to? Is there a particular line that you want to work on with for Carlsbad?
I can try to help. Can we zoom in?
Or just do we have about 5 minutes, so we're going to go to public comment. We're wrapping this up.
We need how many?
34,000.
Just try South Carlsbad down here at the closest to us, Encinitas, that area, and see how.
Right. Yeah, Savon, do you want to go ahead and just grab that and kind of give us an idea of how much we might be taking?
And that makes sense because they're part of the same school district.
Great. So we'll be looking something like that. Oh, right. Okay. So I think we have an idea. Is that I think at this point we'll say, great, Savon, can you clean that up and balance it, and we'll get the how you did what first thing tomorrow. Mr. Fernandez?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that for Carlsbad and also for Escondido that we, if possible, zoom in to make sure that the splits look right. Maybe there's a better way to do the splits instead of arbitrarily grabbing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do you want us to do that tomorrow, or in terms of, because, yes, we do need to be careful of where we're trying to, get neighborhoods and things like that. We might go, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I think that's a good idea. And we will look a little bit closer at that just to make sure that we're not doing anything egregious along the way. So that's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Great. Okay. And we have one more, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, if I can just suggest, I know that the suggestion was to take that 78-128 or something number from the Poway district and take up that portion from Escondido and then take the remaining from Carlsbad. But I think, Andrew, as you and Sivan look at the numbers too, I would be supportive of if you had to take a little bit more from Escondido so that your cut, your separation makes sense, or the split makes sense. I think I would suggest that we do that first to make sure that we're making sense where the cuts are, and maybe give you both the flexibility, or Sivan the flexibility, to figure out where the most sense makes, and the same with Carlsbad too. So like if you needed to take a little bit more from Carlsbad so that a split makes sense, then you give up a little less in Escondido.
Yes, Andrew?
No, and I was just going to say, I think one big thing is just making sure that the Eastern District is balanced, which I think it is down to 0 or -1. So, but we will take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Yee.
That was my thought too. Thanks.
Yeah. And yeah, if you could clean these areas up, and then we'll review how you got there first thing tomorrow. So with that, it's almost 6:30, and it's time to let's see. Not recess. Recess is it recess the meeting until tomorrow? I believe it's to recess the meeting until tomorrow at 11. But I mean, we're going to go into
public comment.
No, public comment.
Public comment. Correct. I'm
So
sorry.
we're not recessing yet.
No, sorry. We're ending our the line drawing for tonight, and we're going to take public comment until the end, and which time we'll continue again then tomorrow morning. So thank you very much, everyone, all the mappers, and other people who are helping out in that regard. Thank you very much, and we'll have Katie. Can you take it away for public comment?
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite all those that have called in that have not already done so. If you'll please press *9, this will raise your hand indicating you've called in with a comment. We do have lots of raised hands. It's just for those who have not done so. We will be beginning this evening's comment with caller 0123. And up next after that will be caller 0203. Caller 0123, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. 0123, if you will please press *6 one more time. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yahweh, my name is Kalani Silk. I am of Marshallese and Kiribati origin and have been a resident of Orange County for 36 years, of which 12 have been spent in Costa Mesa. I am here on behalf of the Marshallese community. Though we are a small community in number, I am here to ensure that our voice is heard and present. With that being said, I would like to thank the Commission's continual hard work with this redistricting process. While the congressional draft map generally looks good in Orange County, the division of Irvine and the splitting of Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin, County of Interest, are major concerns. You've heard from the People's Redistricting Alliance members about the importance of keeping these disproportionately immigrant communities whole and together, especially as one of the fastest growing major cities in the state is coming into its own. The city can be kept whole by drawing the portion of Irvine north of the 5 freeway into districts north Orange County coast and balancing balancing the population in the South County area between District Inland Orange County, North Orange County Coast, and South Orange County North Side. These shifts can occur without distributing or without disturbing the Federal Voting Rights Act district or overall architecture you've achieved in Orange County. Como dadas. Thank you.
And as a reminder to our callers, we will be enforcing a time limit of 1 minute and 30 seconds with a warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. Back to you, Katie.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0203, and up next after that will be caller 2232. Caller 0203, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Maria Estela Valencia. I am a Santa Ana resident and a community organizer with Orange County Congregations Community Organizations. OCO works with congregations across the county on the issues of housing and immigration justice and education equity. I want to acknowledge the Commission's hard work in this process. And as you are finalizing the map, please keep in mind Santa Ana's Latinx community. This is a community that is low income, immigrant, mixed status, and a concern for this community is equitable housing, and the majority of the residents are rent burdened. The same can be said with both West Anaheim and South Fullerton. In the congressional maps, we truly appreciate your decision to maintain a Federal Voting Rights Act district for the Latinx community that draws South Fullerton and West Anaheim communities of interest together with the Aligned Santa Ana community of interest. To improve this VRA district and increase Latinx CVAP over 50%, please include the remainder of South Fullerton, south of Chapman and west of Richmond Avenue, and remove the parts of the city of Orange. We know that there are remaining concerns in Orange County about dividing Irvine. We understand Irvine can be made whole and drawn together with Costa Mesa without affecting the VRA district or the overall architecture you have achieved. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2232. And up next after that will be caller 3175. Caller 2232, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Hi, Kayla Asato, resident of the city of Orange, calling again. Thank you for all of your work on the assembly maps and the congressional maps, and just generally up to this point. I don't think I need to say too much about Orange County Environmental Justice. We are Orange County's foremost environmental justice org, addressing some of the environmental toxins and pollutants and racism throughout the county. So I just wanted to take some time to talk about the congressional district, the sole VRA district in Orange County, and the importance of South Fullerton and West Anaheim and the similarities between the two areas. Low income, housing insecure, Latinx, environmentally justice burdened. Lots of things. They share a Superfund site with the Northwest Water Basin. The maps are looking good for Orange County on the congressional level. We want to keep the Voting Rights Act district intact between South Fullerton, West Anaheim, aligned with the Santa Ana community of interest.
15.
And to keep the Latinx CVAP over 50%. Just remove some parts of Orange and address the division of Irvine. Keeping Irvine whole and with Costa Mesa can be achieved without.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3175. And up next after that will be caller 3321. Caller 3175, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right. Hello, my name is Jonathan Pake. I am a lifelong Korean American resident in North Orange County. I lived in Fullerton for over 32 years, where my grandparents, and extended family continue to live. I want to first thank the Commission for the work that you've all done this past year, and thank you for the district Seal Brea in the Congressional draft. As a lifelong Korean American resident in Fullerton, I can share that the Korean community has grown significantly over the course of the last 30 years across North Orange County and the adjacent cities of Cerritos and Artesia. As housing prices skyrocket in our region, there is a critical need for a congressional member that will address the housing needs for renters in both cities. As working class Korean communities seek to stay and remain in our Korean community hubs, we will urgently need representation to ensure that working class communities can remain in the cultural Korean hub located in North Orange County. In addition, many Korean American high school students are connected by attending schools within Fullerton Joint Union High School District, many of whom are my lifelong friends to this very day and where Korean families and students from both Buena Park and Fullerton attend. As pilot programs like dual immersion in public elementary and high schools continue to emerge, our communities must be kept whole to ensure that the most effective and culturally competent programs remain in place in solidarity with our Latino, Mesa, Filipino, and other communities in this district. I strongly urge the Citizens Redistricting Commission to maintain the district Seal Brea as outlined in the draft map.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3321. And up next after that will be caller 4549. Caller 3321, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ana Charco, and I am the Program Associate for the Community Engagement and Advocacy Department at Latino Health Access, which is located in Santa Ana, Orange County. Latino Health Access have been proudly working alongside community residents for over 27 years to improve the social determinants of health in our city. We appreciate all the long hours you and the line drivers have put into balancing so many diverse communities of interest throughout the state. Santa Ana is primarily composed of low-income and mixed immigration status Latinx families, meaning that their families include undocumented U.S. residents and citizen family members. They're extremely hardworking families with many employed in essential jobs that are often overlooked and underpaid. Yeah, they share a very strong sense of community with a large number of community organizations and resident-led groups. The city includes numerous communities of interest. As mentioned before, low-income families, families without medical insurance, mixed immigration status families. These communities of interest are shared with those of West Anaheim and South Fullerton. In the congressional maps, we truly appreciate your decision to maintain federal Voting Districts Act for Latinx communities that draw the South Fullerton and West Anaheim community of interest together with the Line Santa Ana communities of interest. To improve this VRA district and increase Latinx cap over 50%, please include the remainder of South Fullerton, south of Chapman, and west of Richmond Avenue, and remove parts of City of Orange. Thank you for your time.
And as a reminder to our callers, your public input is being interpreted by our ASL interpreters and live captioned by our live captioners. Please speak at a steady pace and take your time with city names, county names, and numbers. Back to you, Katie.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4549. And up next after that will be caller 5056. Caller 4549. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Liz Tulasi, and I'm calling from the Long Beach Economic Partnership. We're a 501c3 that's focused on distinguishing economic opportunities that exist in Long Beach, and we are part of the Keep Long Beach Together coalition. I know you're hearing from a lot of people, but I want to note and remind the Commission that our coalition has been working with you since the summer. We represent groups that include the local NAACP, business groups, LGBTQ groups, Latino organizations, Cambodian organizations, labor unions, and arts groups. Our message has been clear. Don't break us up and keep our city as together as possible. Despite being part of LA County, the Long Beach region is very different. We have strong connections with Orange County and a lot of businesses that we work with cross the county line. It's also been part of our history of representation. For as long as anyone can remember, that the Long Beach region has always shared a representative with North Orange County, and we totally support that. I know we're getting to the end of this process and appreciate that the maps you're drawing show Long Beach mostly kept united. Thanks again.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 5056. And up next after that will be caller 7507. Caller 5056, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Susan Chang, and I'm the organizing director at Addy for Justice. I'll be commenting on the draft maps in Orange County. Specifically, I'd like to reference to two areas, the South Fullerton and West Anaheim area and the Irvine-Costa Mesa area. First off, I want to thank the Commission for maintaining the Federal Voting Rights Act district for the Latinx community that draws South Fullerton and along with the Santa Ana COI. In order to improve this VRA district and increase the Latinx CVAP to over 50%, please include Fullerton south of Chapman Avenue and west of Richmond Avenue and remove parts of the city of Orange. The second area I'd like to reference is the Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin area of Orange County. As an alumna of UC Irvine, I can attest that Irvine is one of the fastest growing major cities in the state. It's important that immigrant communities in and around these areas are kept together. Please keep the city whole by drawing the portion of Irvine north of the 5 freeway into District NOC Coast and balancing population in the South County area between Districts Inland OC, NOC Coast, and SOC NSC. Thank you so much for your time and have a nice night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8816. And up next after that will be caller, oh, I apologize. Right now we will be caller 7507. And up next after that will be 8816. Caller 7507, if you'll please follow, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, my name is Hu Vo, and I'm here on behalf of the California Healthy Nail Salon Collaborative. Our organization works to improve the health, safety, and rights of the nail and beauty care workforce to achieve a more sustainable and just industry. Today, a little under 70% of nail technicians in California are Vietnamese, and most of them are concentrated in Little Saigon, meaning Garden Grove and Westminster, home to the largest Vietnamese population in the U.S. And so nail salon workers have experienced chronic exposure to a host of chemicals and toxins that are known to be cancer-causing agents. Beyond environmental impacts, manicurists also experience wage theft and labor. And because of these shared challenges, the regions of Little Saigon should be kept together. So, thank you so much for the Commission's hard work and, for the Commission's drawing the district CO and BRIA next to the VRAC. I do want to emphasize the importance, though, of Garden Grove and Westminster being kept together as community of interest, and that we should keep immigrant communities together and remain whole. Thank you also that
15 seconds.
Yes, and we know that the division of Irvine remains a major concern in Orange County, and so it's important to know that Irvine can be made whole and drawn together with Costa Mesa without changing the district, Rio Brea, Santa Ana, or changing the overall.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8816. And up next after that will be caller 8050. Caller 8816, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good evening, commissioners. This is Mark Taylor. I'm a 25-year resident of Long Beach. I'm calling in first to thank you for taking on this thankless and enormous and time-consuming task. I want to thank you also for keeping Long Beach mostly together as the second largest city in LA County, the one that's located on the border with Orange County. We have a long history of joint representation with Long Beach and Northern Orange County cities. I think there's a big difference between state and federal issues. Coastal protection, energy resources, climate change, and ports are very much federal issues and issues that have a joint interest at the congressional level. And so for the congressional district in this area, I would support moving cities like Downey, Bell Gardens into the southeast LA-based districts and keeping cities like Long Beach, Lakewood, and neighbors in Orange County like Cypress, Los Alamitos, and Seal Beach together where they have been for many years. Thank you for your hard work and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 8050. And up next after that will be caller 5814. 8050, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Noel Hasagaba. I'm the Deputy Executive Director at the Port of Long Beach. As all of you may know, we've been dealing with a supply chain crisis for months now, and congressional representation has never been more important. Consumer behavior has changed drastically since the internet enabled 24/7 commerce, and our decades-old supply chain infrastructure just hasn't had the time or the investments to catch up. 40% of America's goods move through our ports in Long Beach and Los Angeles. California's economy depends on these two successful ports in LA County. As long as I can remember, both ports have each had their own congressional representative, and I can't overstate how important this is. California ports traditionally get less federal support than East Coast ports, but thankfully, because we have 2 Congress members, we have been able to advocate for critical bridge and terminal projects at both ports. So I urge you not to cut our port representation in half. America and California are depending on us. Thank you for what you've done in the assembly map. The decisions you make with the congressional map will have a direct impact on solutions to the supply chain challenges that we face today and for the next 10 years. Commissioners, thank you so much for your service and your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5814. And up next after that will be caller 1435. 5814, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi there, I'm calling in regard to the Rancho Cucamonga. Please keep Rancho Cucamonga whole and do not split our city into multiple districts. Rancho Cucamonga has a strong sense of identity and has historically been all or mostly in one congressional, Senate, and Assembly district. And the proposed maps unfortunately split our community and lump us with communities that have no commonality with us. This diminishes our community power and opportunity for strong representation. So again, I please ask that you keep our city whole within San Bernardino County. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1435. And up next after that will be call in user 3. Caller 1435, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Judy, and I'm calling from South Orange County. I know the commission will do some work in Orange County congressional districts tomorrow, but once they finalize these VRAs, and I wanted to call in one final time to ask for a true Orange County coastal district. I know you have heard this commentary quite a bit, but I just want it to be the top of your mind when you start addressing the communities of interest in Orange County. A district from Seal Beach all the way to Dana Point might seem long, but it truly acknowledges our coastal priorities and allows us to have representation to protect our coast. Thank you for all of your hard work and all that you're doing, and I'm excited to see the next version of these congressional maps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have call in user 3. And up next after that will be caller 9557. Call in user 3. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ann O'Connor. It looks like you're getting very close to Los Angeles tonight, and I'd like to request that you fix the north border of Poso, part of Sherman Oaks, in the congressional map by drawing a straight line from the 405 freeway east along Oxnard Street and then turn south on Hazeltine. It looks like the deviation will indeed allow for this. We would like you to restore our businesses and residents who were arbitrarily cut out but were part of our official renaming by the City of Los Angeles in 2009. We fought very hard for it and for our renaming, and it took about 2 years to attain. Please keep us whole with Sherman Oaks and do not split us. Thank you, Commissioners, for fixing the Assembly and the State Senate maps. Special thanks to Russell Yee for making it a priority last week. Thanks for all that you're doing. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9557. And up next after that will be caller 1338. Caller 9557, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute.
Good
The floor is
evening.
yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Eleanor Torres, and I work at the Port of Long Beach. I'm calling this evening to speak about the congressional maps. In my day-to-day job, I communicate regularly with our federal elected offices and their staff. And as you are aware, we are in a cargo congestion crisis, and congressional representation is critical.
I'd like to add that I agree with the previous callers who have said that they want the Port of Long Beach and the Port of Los Angeles to be in separate congressional districts. Our twin ports move 40% of all of America's goods. 40%. They are the largest ports in the country. We are a vital economic engine for the nation that requires exceptional congressional representation. There has to be ample representation in this area that also understands the needs of our diverse neighboring communities and workforce. Please put the Port of Long Beach in a district together with Long Beach and the Port of LA in a separate district with LA. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1338. And up next after that will be caller 4967. Caller 1338, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 1338, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Tara Rickson of Aliso Viejo, and I want to thank the committee for their hard work during this redistricting process. It is my fond wish that we keep our own coastal district in Orange County. Our communities share common interests, levels of income, and ways of life. I request kindly that we please keep the coastal areas of Orange County together, and that is my call and my request. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4967. And up next after that will be caller 8224. Caller 4967, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name's Alita, and I like to reference the Fresno-Tulare Congressional map. The city of Fresno does not belong in the Fresno-Tulare Congressional District draft. As a resident of rural Fresno County, I understand how different the city's urban population is from the rest of the district's rural communities. The city of Fresno should be included in a district like San Fresno, where it will share the representation from the Fresno County Board of Supervisors and Fresno City Council, and not disrupt the Fresno-Tulare district's rural communities of interest. Instead, the Fresno-Tulare district should include more of the rural Kings and Tulare counties, which are far more similar to the rural communities in the Fresno County like mine. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8224. And up next after that will be caller 6212. Caller 8224, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, do you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello. Okay. Hello, Commissioner. I called yesterday and made my comment after I listening to your meeting yesterday. I have to call again to make another comment. I respectfully disagree with what the Commissioner Akutawa said that about Little Saigon District. 10 years ago, people won't admit that Palm Valley should be with Little Saigon. People deny this and some found it. Now you are doing the same with deny 49,000 people from North of Huntington Beach and Huntington Harbor to be a part of Little Saigon. Today, Palm Valley has over 35% Vietnamese American. Vietnamese is the referred language other than language for Palm Valley School District students, and 2 of 5 council members are Vietnamese American. Lee don't deny our community the right assembly member and deny that Huntington Beach has a large Vietnamese American community as well. 10 years from now, Huntington Beach will be known as part of Little Saigon, just like Palm Valley 10 years later. Please go back to GGW map and make change. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6212. And up next after that will be caller 8112. Caller 6212, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Haig. I live in San Pedro. I'm a government employee.
I work very closely with the Port of Los Angeles, and I agree with speakers from Long Beach on having 2 congressional districts. It's vitally important that we have the representation, especially these critical times with port congestion. But I'm really calling about what is now Assembly District 70, which incorporates San Pedro. I understand our neighbors, Long Beach, want their own district, which we are good with, but that's affected San Pedro. In your latest rendition, your edition of the map, it cuts San Pedro on the west, a small sliver, and moves it into another assembly district. We're asking that that you include all of San Pedro in one assembly district. Don't cut our western portion. San Pedro is a working class community. It's a port community. We love our neighbors on the hill, but they are an affluent community. There are no shared roads that or access to Rancho Palos Verdes or Rolling Hills Estates. It's a different community. We believe we'll be disenfranchised. That small sliver will be disenfranchised.
15.
And we ask that you make San Pedro whole, keep us in one assembly district, and we thank you for your time and all of your service.
Thank you so much. And right now is caller 8112. And up next after that will be caller 4201. Caller 8112, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm Councilman Tydo from Westminster. I have been living in this Little Saigon area for over 30 years. So thank you very much for all of your efforts to making sure Little Saigon area is whole. You're almost there. 10 years ago, no one would have thought that Fountain Valley is part of the core of Little Saigon. And today it is. This is exactly what is happening in Huntington Beach. We are asking you to make Little Saigon complete by adding in the 49,000 residents who reside north of Huntington Beach at Garfield Street and remove Stanton, since it has a majority Latino population. We are a very close community, and Vietnamese Americans in Huntington Beach also need an assembly member who understands their needs, like the rest of Little Saigon. Well, thank you very much for your hard work and for your service. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4201. And up next after that will be caller 2546. Caller 4201, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 4201, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Stuart Waldman from VICA. I want to thank you for all you've done in trying to keep the Valley whole. Right now, the congressional draft map includes 3 Valley congressional districts, a Glendale Burbank district, an East-West Central San Fernando Valley district, and a West-South Valley district. This happens to match the Valley subregions perfectly, and we hope that we'll be able to keep those whole. There's one of the changes that we have suggested, and we've suggested a simple 4-district change that would move Santa Monica out of the Valley District, which I know that Santa Monica wants to do that as well. It'll also make a swap that puts Santa Monica in the Shoreline District, and the Malibu SFV District would now be almost fully north of Mulholland, except for a couple, obviously you have to balance, but a couple areas. It would unify Northridge in a single congressional district, which we would appreciate. And then it unites Studio City and Toluca Lake in a San Fernando Valley district. So it's pretty simple. We've sent the shape files. We'll send them again. We appreciate what you've done for the Valley. We hope that we can keep it going on the congressional maps. And we know it's a little more difficult because of the deviation, but just want to thank you and look forward to seeing what happens.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2546. And up next after that will be caller 3995. Caller 2546, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, esteemed commissioners. I'd love to agree with that last caller. I'm calling on behalf of the beautiful beach city of Santa Monica again, and we are asking that the 93,000 residents of Santa Monica be returned to the shoreline district with Venice. It's a beach city. That's a key word. It's not a valley city. I ask that the commissioners please consider the solution that Stuart Waldman and VICA have submitted. The VICA plan is a limited population swap between 4 districts and fixes existing problems with each. It puts almost all of the San Fernando Valley districts north of Mulholland Drive. It unites West Hollywood and connects it with Beverly Hills and the West Side cities. It puts Studio City and Toluca Lake together in a Valley district. It puts all of Northridge back together into one district. And most importantly, it puts Santa Monica back in the shoreline district with Venice.
30 seconds.
Santa Monica belongs with Venice. The VICA plan limits its adjustments to just the the VICA plan limits its adjustments to just the 4 North LA districts, and it is balanced so that it doesn't impact the good work of the commission and the rest of LA.
15.
Thank you again for your work and for trying to keep Santa Monica in a coastal district. Santa Monica is on the beach, not in the valley. Beach city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3995, and up next after that will be caller 9841. Caller 3995, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I'm calling to speak on the High Desert SB map. I just want to say that the commission has done a fantastic job listening to community members with this draft. You've drawn a district that fully enfranchises our desert communities and its residents. Thank you for recognizing that our communities are impacted by these same issues, such as federal lands conservation and rural transportation. Another important detail of this map is how you've given a voice to the high concentration of veterans that are in this region. By keeping together Fort Irwin with the Marine bases in Barstow and 29 Palms, Barstow Veterans Home, the Victorville VA Clinic, and Loma Linda's VA Hospital, you've guaranteed full representation on the federal level for these active military members, veterans, their families, and the communities that rely on these bases and the facilities with them. Once more, thank you, commissioners, for acting in the interest of our desert communities.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9841, and up next after that will be caller 8627. Caller 9841, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Amanda, and I am from Westminster. I would just like to thank the Commission for all their hard work. I'm calling today to unequivocally declare my support for keeping the strong Vietnamese community in Westminster and Huntington Beach. I have heard essentially every commissioner speak about the importance of keeping communities of interest together. This is your chance. The Vietnamese community does not deserve to be broken up. It deserves to be kept together. The only way to effectively do this, is to maintain and keep the whole Vietnamese community that exists in Huntington Beach and Westminster. Thank you for your time and dedication to getting this process right. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we have caller 8627, and up next after that is caller 6789. Caller 8627, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Christina Manantil, and I am with Asian Solidarity Collective in San Diego, California. ASC is a regional lead organization for the AAPI and Emezima Redistricting Collaborative. I would really like to thank the Commission today for keeping our convoy COI whole, which includes Mira Mesa, Claremont, Kearney Mesa, Linda Vista, and keeping it with El Cajon, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Spring Valley, and supporting the new configuration as it uplifts our most impacted communities and keeps our communities together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6789, and up next after that will be caller 2931. Caller 6789, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi there. My name is Vincent. I'm a resident of Grand Valley and a part of the Rise, a nonprofit based in Garden Grove. As an organization and as a community member living in Little Saigon, we implore you to keep together West Santa Ana, west of the Santa Ana River, with the neighboring cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Grand Valley, both in the Congressional, State, Senate draft maps, similar to the layout of the Assembly draft map. This is a large concentration of Vietnamese living in West Santa Ana, who are predominantly mobile home residents, seniors, low income, and the large concentration of mobile home parks in Westminster, Garden Grove, and West Santa Ana should be kept together within the same district rather than being separated. These maps should reflect what unites our communities who are facing similar systemic issues. And keeping these cities together also respects the historical growth of Little Saigon, whose origins lie in West Santa Ana and later moved on to Garden Grove, Westminster, and Grand Valley. West Santa Ana continues to be an important gathering place for Vietnamese community members due to a large concentration of large Vietnamese churches and temples, many of which were built early on in the development of Little Saigon. And furthermore, the socioeconomic background of West Santa Ana is much more similar to the cities of Westminster and Garden Grove, and the cities of Huntington Beach and Newport Beach have much higher median income and should not be placed together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2931. And up next after that will be caller 3480. Caller 2931, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. I am calling again regarding a Little Saigon. I am frustrated and confused. We said to the listening to effort of protect of Korean American community, Fullerton, Little Arabia, Fullerton College, Costa City, but second largest minority group is being ignored. Little Saigon has been advocating for months, and we still can be here. And you keep adding cities that we did not ask instead of the one we did for the Assembly District. GGW map, please put a portion of Huntington Beach in with Little Saigon, either north of Garfield Street and Ellis Street in Huntington Beach, and remove Cypress and Stanton. Thank you for listening. Please listen to Voice of Little Saigon. Please don't treat us like a stepchild. Treat us on equally. Thank you and have a good evening, Commissioner. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And right now you have caller 3480. And up next after that will be caller 0969. Caller 3480, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Richie Lee. I'd first like to say thank you to Commissioner Linda Kutagawa for hearing and recognizing the community testimony for Little Saigon. Now that we are on to the congressional districts, please put Little Saigon in with Huntington Beach. If we truly want to represent the Vietnamese community, this change should happen. Please make this change a top priority when you revisit the Orange County Coastal District tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0969. And up next after that will be caller 9153. Caller 0969, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 0969, if you'll double check your phone and make sure it is not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Yes, it was on mute, my bad. Let me try again.
The floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Tavi, spelled Taavi, and I am a Garden Grove resident. I also work for United Domestic Workers, the in-home supportive service provider union. IHSS providers and our UDW members need fair and equal representation because the IHSS program depends on funding from the state of California, County Board of Supervisors, and federal Medicaid. A significant portion of our OC members and providers belong to the Latinx communities of Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. UDW applauds the Commission's decision to draw these communities into the same Federal Voting Rights Act districts. We would like to encourage you to improve this map by incorporating the remainder of South Fullerton, that is south of Chapman Avenue and west of Richmond Avenue. We believe that the parts of the city of Orange should be excluded. Doing so will help solidify the 50% Latinx population requirement for this VRA district. UDW thanks the Commission for the hard work, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9153, and up next after that will be caller 1043. Caller 9153, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Nancy, and I'm calling from Laguna Niguel. Right now, Laguna Niguel is slightly split in the congressional maps, and I think if we focus on making an Orange County coastal district, we can rectify this and allow the coastal district to proceed down to Dana Point and San Clemente. There is an easy population swap to make this happen. We just need to keep Irvine whole and let it anchor the Inland Orange County District. I know these are small changes, but after you finalize the VRA requirements, I think these communities of interest make sense to address next in Orange County. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1043. And up next after that will be caller 5699. Caller 1043, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 1043, if you'll double check your phone and make sure it is not on mute, you are unmuted in the meeting.
Hello, dear Commissioner. I called and was able to speak yesterday, but wanted to call again today to let you know that I'm very disappointed. Yes, in the matter you said. You are denying a community of true representation by removing Stanton and adding a Northern Region Beach at Darkridge. The Assembly District will be well over 30% of the America. We know how exhausting it has been for you as well as our community during this process. It was not so much 10 years ago. So now we are getting involved to make sure it doesn't happen again. Please look at the Assembly District leadership. Very simple. Remove Stanton and add north of Garfield in the region. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5699. And up next after that will be caller 3700. Caller 5699, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 5699, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 5699. You do appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. We will come back to you. Caller 3700 will be right now, and up next after that will be caller 1007. Caller 3700, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 3700, if you'll please double check your phone to make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson. I'm calling in for our coalition regarding Zone F, San Joaquin County. Just a couple of quick comments. I believe there was conversation regarding one of our assembly districts discussing Murata and Garden Acres. We would respectfully request keeping those sister cities with San Joaquin County. We would encourage the commission to look at submitted maps 1007, 202, 1124. I believe Mountain House adjustments could provide the same outcome. We encourage the commission to trust your 1110 visualizations, and we would hate to disenfranchise our community by removing areas that have been part of our community for some time. Also, when considering changes, please consider submitted Congressional District Map 1006, 202, 1112. We believe on that map we have met all the Commission's criteria. Thank you for all your hard work and we know you will make the best decisions for those communities wishing for fair and equitable representation. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1007, and up next after that will be caller 5184. Caller 1007, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm a resident of Newport Beach. We have some serious concerns here in the coast about being lumped in with large inland cities like Irvine. These two communities are too different to simply lump us together. I worry our concerns on the coast will be washed out by a city that has its own issues to worry about. This would propose a situation that's not fair for us, nor is it fair for the citizens of Irvine. We all deserve a congressional representative who isn't splitting their time focusing on two different communities. Please keep Irvine out of the coastal congressional district.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5184, and up next after that will be caller 6445. Caller 5184, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Chris Butzer. I'm calling from Mammoth Lakes, California. And I just want to comment, because I know you'll be going to congressional districts in Northern California in the next day or two. The current Sierra Congressional District CD ECA draft just isn't just. It still dips all the way to Modesto. That dip brought a huge outcry from communities in the Central Valley and communities in the Sierra Nevada. No one from either community thought it was a good idea. It's just unfair to both areas. In addition, the current configuration cuts the district off, and it separates the Lake Tahoe Basin from Truckee. That's not just a community of interest, that's one community. The Commission should seriously consider returning to VCD ECA 1102 for all the reasons we've been outlining every chance we've had since the process first began. It keeps the communities of interest together. It's geographically contiguous, even with the Sierra Nevada. It's as compact as possible. We've watched for days. You worked so hard in San Diego, Orange County, and LA to keep communities together. A Sierra district is possible, and we just hope you'll take the same time and care to solve for our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6445, and up next after that will be caller 6586. Caller 6445, if you'll please, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, I'm Little Saigon. We are happy that you are prioritizing the Vietnamese community and hope that you can put Little Saigon with Huntington Beach in the congressional district map. Huntington Beach is really a part of the greater Little Saigon, and our communities make sense together. Thank you for all your work and recognizing the importance of the Vietnamese congressional district in Orange County. And have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6586, and up next after that will be caller 2189. Caller 6586, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I'm calling about the Commission's sort of arbitrary decision to completely divide Irvine from the congressional district, and not for the Assembly or Senate districts. Irvine is one of the more important cities in California from an economic perspective, as well as from a united community perspective, and the people who live here deserve their representation in Congress that understands our diverse range of problems. So dividing Irvine's representation at the federal level does a major disservice to those who live here, and does not align with the Commission's solid reasoning behind keeping Irvine together for the state level lineage. So, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we have caller 2189, and up next after that will be caller 1816. Caller 2189, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name's Wilberta Richardson.
I'm a 35-year resident of Altadena and the president of the Altadena NAACP. Our request is simple. We request that the maps that were drawn on November 10th be maintained. It keeps Altadena and Pasadena together, not separating. Their contiguous communities have been together for an enormously long time. And it maintains the voice of the African American community in San Gabriel Valley. To do otherwise will minimize the strength of our voice and impact us substantially. Unfortunately, there's no attempt to split Altadena or anything of that type, but we request that Altadena and Pasadena be kept together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1816, and up next after that will be caller 3405. Caller 1816, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
I'm Councilmember Karina Lopez, serving the North Area, District 5 in San Leandro, bordering Oakland. Today I'm speaking on behalf of myself and on behalf of our council. San Leandro's deep economic and historical ties to Oakland and should be considered a shared community of interest. Please move San Leandro into AD Oakland from AD East Bay. Also, please do not split San Leandro between the two, as this would have the impact Commissioner Vasquez articulated concern about just a bit ago. San Leandro and Oakland are tied together by shared employment, housing, healthcare, human services, a creek protecting endangered species and retail establishments, as well as transportation infrastructure with 580, 880, BART, AC Transit, International Boulevard, East 14th, San Leandro Boulevard, Dutton Avenue, and Doolittle Drive in common. The recently launched BRT system called Tempo, with its high level of ridership, has one end of its terminus in the city center of Oakland and the other terminus in downtown San Leandro. San Leandro's commercial industrial core is able to thrive due to its proximity to Oakland International Airport, but it also shares impacts environmentally. So San Leandro Unified District directly serves children who live in Oakland, and there is a bus line that serves both San Leandro and Oakland children to get them to various school sites along the Bangkok Avenue corridor. San Leandro contracts with Oakland Human Services agencies to provide basic services to San Leandro residents, such as tenant protection services through Centro Legal de la Raza, integrated health services through La Clínica de la Raza.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3405, and up next after that will be caller 8037. Caller 3405, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commission, for your service. I've not been able to listen all day. However, earlier today, I believe I heard a couple of commissioners speak that they would like to fix the issue of the city of Albany being the only Alameda County city in a congressional district with the rest of the districts in Contra Costa County. I'm speaking to appreciate those remarks and to advocate again for putting the city of Albany back in a district with Berkeley and other cities in Alameda County. You can move populations to the east or the south of this district in order to do this. I'm not certain I'm speaking at the right time for this and or if the issue's already been resolved, since I haven't followed out all day, which brings me to my next comment. It's difficult to follow the daily accomplishments of the commission, and I know the detailed agenda for the next day. If there were a textual summary of each day and the likely agenda for the next day published on the website, this would be very helpful for the public, or something to this effect. Or if this is available, please let us know where we can find it. Thank you for your consideration of the suggestion, and thanks again for your service and for taking on this long and difficult task.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8037, and up next after that will be caller 5832. Caller 8037, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Grayson, and I live in Dana Point, and I'm calling about the Orange County and San Diego congressional maps. I'm glad that you're taking so much time in Southern California after some of the hasty decisions in November. And I certainly understand that we have to start with the VRA districts, but over 6 hours today, you've only focused on San Diego, and you've not even considered that the changes you just made have ripples to the many communities you have heard from in Orange County all week. The commission has been so singularly focused on San Diego, I worry that they are not looking at the bigger picture. Please consider putting Dana Point and San Clemente in with Orange County before it's too late. And
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 5832, and up next after that, we caller 5179. Caller 5832, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name's Lizzie. I'm a resident of Orange County. I'm concerned over the potential division of Irvine in the congressional proposals. Irvine belongs with us in the inland section of the county. Our needs inland are completely different here apart from the coast, and if Irvine is split, their voices will be drowned out by the waves crashing into Surf City. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5179, and up next after that, we caller 7068. Caller 5179, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Good evening, Commissioners. This is Amy Wong from El Monte. I urge you to unite the AAPI community of interest in the West San Gabriel Valley by following the November 2nd congressional visualizations with some modifications. As a Chinese American, I grew up here, and my family and friends see the West San Gabriel Valley AAPI community as a foundational cultural hub, and it should not be divided. Please extend the 27th, 28th, and 29th congressional district north into the National Forest, so over a million residents have a member of Congress who represents them on National Forest issues. Lower income communities of color have different priorities than richer foothill cities when it comes to our public lands. We as people of color deserve to have a say in how they should be managed. I'd also like to express support for the December 3rd LA Assembly District proposal by the AAPI and Amenza State Redistricting Collaborative. For the El Monte border, please use streets south of the 10 freeway instead of the 10 freeway itself. Many API families, including mine, live south of the 10 freeway, so we should be included in the West San Gabriel Valley Assembly District with an API majority.
15.
Thank you for keeping El Monte and South El Monte united at the Senate and congressional levels. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7068. And then up next after that will be caller 7175. Caller 7068, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
All right. Hi, I'm calling from Little Saigon. I know you have heard a lot from our Vietnamese community, but I wanted to call today since you are focusing on Orange County congressional maps. Please put Little Saigon in with Huntington Beach, Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Garden Grove. Really consider Huntington Beach to be a part of Little Saigon because the Vietnamese population lives all throughout. Please make this change for the congressional district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now, we will have caller 7175. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jeremy Payne, calling on behalf of Equality California. I would like to say thank you for keeping our San Diego LGBTQ plus communities together by connecting LGBTQ plus communities in Balboa Park, Mission Hills, Hillcrest, University Heights, North Park, and South Park in your congressional mapping today. We really appreciate the careful attention you've been given to the LGBTQ plus community. In an effort to strengthen the LGBTQ plus community and the diverse communities to which we belong, I would recommend moving our LGBTQ plus community into Central SD District, the one that was being worked on today. Doing so would unite us with the communities of Kensington, Normal Heights, and SDSU, where we share similar values and concerns and have long worked together to elect candidates of choice who will champion our civil rights interests. This localized change will also help in your efforts to keep SB Coast closer to the city of San Diego, because I know there's been a lot of work there today. For my remaining time, I would like to speak on Sacramento's congressional district and remind you of our concern with the congressional district that divides downtown Sacramento and our LGBTQ plus district between two congressional districts. The LGBTQ plus residents of these two proposed Sacramento districts are served by the same LGBTQ plus organizations and institutions like the Sacramento LGBTQ Community Center and Lavender Library, and go to the same LGBTQ plus businesses, community spaces, and nightlife locations, many of which are in the LGBTQ plus district of Lavender Heights.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3241. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Yeah, one more time, caller 3241. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Awesome. Hello, I'm just calling about the Steele and Brea congressional map with some suggestions to make it better in the interest of Orange County's maps. With the Santa Ana VRA district mostly in the center of the county, I think we just need to tweak the three surrounding districts in Orange County. Steele Beach should be moved in with the coastal district with the other beach cities. Then we can make the Steele Brea more compact by adding places like Yorba Linda back in which it should really be with Brea. This small population shift should be relatively easy and a good place to start in Orange County now that VRAs are set. You can then grab more coastal populations for the coastal district and put Yorba Linda back with Brea in the OC district. These small shifts will better reflect the communities of Orange County and their interests. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chair Anderson, we are up against the break at this time.
Yes, thank you very much, Katie. So it's time for us to take our 15-minute break. So if you are in line, please don't hang up. We will get back to you as soon as we get back from break. So we'll have a 15-minute break. So please come back at 7:50. Thank you. Welcome back to the California Citizens Districting Commission meeting. We are taking public comment at this time. Those who are in line, we'll be getting to you. The lines did close at 6:15, but please stay where you are, and we'll continue right on with your public comments. Thank you very much. Christian, could you, or Katie, could you take that away?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Right now we have call-in user 2, and up next after that will be caller 3166. Call-in user 2, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Call-in user 2, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, call-in user 2, and without your last 4. You do have, it appears you have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will put you down as a retry and we will come back around to you. And right now we will have caller 3166, and up next after that will be caller 9805. Caller 3166, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 3166. If you'll please follow the prompt to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize to you, caller 3166. It appears you may be having a connectivity issue as well at the moment. I will come back around.
And as a reminder to those in the queue, please be alert for when it is your turn to speak.
And right now we will have caller 9805. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller with the last 4 digits, 9805. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 7618. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Oh, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Hi, I'm just calling and joining in the callers from Little Saigon to ask that our community be kept whole and put with Huntington Beach. We have long shared a congressional district with Huntington Beach because there is such a vibrant Vietnamese community that lives in Huntington Beach. Close to 7,000 Vietnamese voters are here. Please make this small change in the congressional map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5038. And up next after that will be caller 7592. Caller 5038, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hola, ¿me pueden escuchar?
Un momento,
Sí.
por favor.
Siga, por favor.
Gracias. Gracias por la oportunidad de hablar del distrito en Santa Clarita esta noche. Aún no entiendo por qué nuestra ciudad no está conectada con Simi Valley cuando mucha gente han llamado diciéndoles que nos junten. Nuestras ciudades tienen gente de la clase obrera y vivimos en los suburbios de Los Ángeles, donde nos preocupamos sobre varios asuntos como los incendios no controlados y apagones de luz. Nuestro próximo representante se debería de enfocar en ayudar a nuestros hogares y vidas creando leyes que nos van a ayudar, especialmente cuando usamos Southern California Edison, mientras la ciudad de Sylmar es parte de Los Ángeles. Y la ciudad también tiene su propio departamento de agua y poder. Además de eso, comisionados, la gente que quiere separar Santa Clarita y juntarla con Sylmar dicen que la razón es porque están en condados diferentes. Pero ustedes pueden ver que Simi Valley con este mapa se unirá con Agoura Hills y Calabasas, ciudades con personas de buen dinero y que también viven en el condado de Los Ángeles. Entonces la pregunta final
30
es esta.
segundos.
¿Por qué tratan la línea del condado entre Santa Clarita y Simi Valley como si fuera sagrada, si de todos modos van a unir Simi Valley con el condado de Los Ángeles más al sur? Espero que entiendan cómo sus cambios no tienen sentido. Si
15.
ustedes realmente quieren representar nuestras comunidades, por favor junten todo el Valle de San Fernando y junten Santa Clarita con Simi Valley hacia el Antelope Valley.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 7592, and up next after that will be caller 9517. Caller 7592, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My modified December 6th Santa Clara County Area State Assembly districts, including the Benito District, are posted at Public Input 34704. That's 34704. In regards to congressional redistricting, the November 10th redistricting plan divides Asian majority cities in the West San Gabriel Valley between 2 districts. A transfer of San Gabriel Valley areas between CD 210 and CD Covina could solve this problem. Alhambra, Monterey Park, North El Monte, Rosemead, and South San Gabriel could be transferred to CD 210. And Bradbury, Duarte, Glendora, Laverne, San Dimas, and part of Claremont could be transferred to CD Covina. In terms of redistricting, congressional redistricting in Northern California, one of the decisions you'll need to make is that should North Fair Oaks and East Palo Alto be in the Northern San Mateo County District. So that can be done, but it may require a split perhaps of Pacifica. And in regards to the Santa Clara County redistricting of congressional districts, I'm not pleased with the maps, but I hope to submit some of my own very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9517. And up next after that will be caller 0247. Caller 9517, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 9517, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 9517. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. We will come back. And right now we'll have caller 0247. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, Commission. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Manny De Leon. I'm a resident of Irvine, a UCLA alumni, and a community organizer with the Orange County Asian Pacific Islander Community Alliance, OCAPICA for short, an organization in Orange County dedicated to centering and uplifting the needs of the AAPI community in Irvine. On a personal note, I'm also an organizer with the Overlooked, the significant population of Filipino Americans in and around Irvine. Speaking of Irvine, Irvine is one of the fastest growing cities in the state, which has been fueled by ongoing growth by its immigrant communities. But growing numbers of Asian American, Pacific Islander, and the members of residents consider Irvine and Tustin their home. And it was also home to an emerging low-income populations with needs similar to those of the Latinx community in Costa Mesa. While the congressional draft map generally looks good in Orange County, the division of Irvine and the splitting of Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin communities of interest is a major concern. You've heard from the People's Redistricting Alliance members about the importance of keeping these disproportionately immigrant communities whole and together, especially as one of the fastest growing major cities in the state is coming to its own. The city can be kept whole by drawing the portion of Irvine north of the 5 freeway into the districts of the North Orange County coast and balancing populations in the South area between districts OC, North Orange County coast, and South Orange County, North San Diego. These shifts can occur without disturbing the Federal Rights Act.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6625. And up next after that will be caller 3849. Caller 6625, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. Overall, myself and my neighbors like the High Desert SB map. It keeps together a vast majority of San Bernardino County High Desert, and it ties to the rural communities in our county. We all face issues dealing with rural transportation and the preservation of the environment, particularly on lands owned by the federal government. This district will allow us to elect a candidate to advocate for our community based on these issues. Thank you, Commission, and we encourage you to keep this map.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3849. And up next after that will be caller 0945. Caller 3849, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Yip, and I'm a resident in San Gabriel Valley. I urge you to reunite the AAPI communities of interest in the West San Gabriel Valley with the 27th Congressional District. I've lived in Monterey Park, Rosemead, and Arcadia, and continue to visit these cities for work and recreation. These are Asian American communities that are heavily intertwined in culture, public health, language, food, religion, and politics. All one has to do is just Google San Gabriel Valley, West San Gabriel Valley, and all of these cities pop up, whether it's about food, culture, or travel. The 27th and 28th and 29th Congressional Districts should also extend north into the National Forest so that over 1.5 million residents, particularly those of lower income communities of color, have a member of Congress who represents them on national forest issues. Please consider reuniting the AAPI communities and also ensuring they have representation for their public lands. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0945. And up next after that will be caller 7778. Caller 0945, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling on behalf of the City of San Leandro, respectfully requesting that the Commission keep the City of San Leandro intact within one Assembly District. Specifically, the new drafted district cleaves the city from communities of similar interests with district shared characteristics in terms of economic status, type of employment, and voting preferences, separating the city from similar communities like Oakland and instead pairing it with more affluent communities east of the hills will likely isolate the city's residents and ultimately dilute their voting power. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7778. And up next after that will be caller 5970. Caller 7778, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Robin, and I'm a 4-decade resident of Newport Beach. I know you've heard a lot from our community, so I promise to be brief. Firstly, I want to thank you for the acknowledgement that the OC Coast is an incredibly unique community, as are so many. The recent and devastating oil spill is a perfect example of why it's essential to keep our beach cities together in the congressional map so that we actually get proper representation. I genuinely hope you'll prioritize adjusting the OC Coastal District tomorrow and make sure that the beach cities from Seal Beach down to San Clemente are all kept together. Thank you so much for your time in this consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5970. And up next after that will be caller 6380. Caller 5970, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity and for your time in public service. My name is Christy Hernandez, and I am the chairperson for our local Community Advisory Committee here in East Los Angeles. I'm a lifelong resident and a third-generation homeowner in the unincorporated East Los Angeles area. I'm calling to share my concern with a false narrative out there that the Boyle Heights community and the communities of unincorporated East Los Angeles, El Sereno, Lincoln Heights, and City Terrace, that they do not belong together. That is false. When we talk about communities of interest, these communities have a lot in common and share borders, culture, language, food, and other values and morals that I think and I believe should remain within its current district. And I also want to say that I agree with Commissioner Fernandez when she says that you all need to really please take your time and do this right and give each district the respect and time it deserves across the state. And this includes East Los Angeles, who continues to be marginalized. And I want to make sure that is not the case. So thank you again for your time. And I appreciate it so much. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6380. And up next after that will be caller 6659. Caller 6380, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, I wanted to make some comments on the congressional map for Orange County. I respectfully would ask to keep Orange County and Los Angeles separate. They have different interests in regards to cultural, economic, and tourism and coastal communities. I also ask that you keep the OC, the Orange County beaches together, like Seal Beach and San Clemente, and separate the coastal communities from the urban cities. I also ask that you keep Huntington Beach with Dana Point and San Clemente together because they do share tourism, economic, cultural, and tourism interests. That is all. Thank you very much.
And right now we have caller 6659. And up next after that will be caller 0073. Caller 6659, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening. My name is Hui. I'm calling on behalf of the Little Saigon community. I'm happy that the commission has heard our thoughts. Now that we have moved on to the congressional maps, I wanted to make sure you continue to prioritize keeping Little Saigon together. Our community makes the most sense with Huntington Beach because so much of the Vietnamese community lives in Huntington Beach. I understand why this could not happen at the assembly level, but I think it can at the congressional level, and I hope you can make this change. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0073. And up next after that, we caller 1353. Caller 0073, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Mike I from Equality California, the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization. I'm calling once again to ask that the Commission keep the LGBTQ+ community united both in the Long Beach coastal communities and in the Coachella Valley and the Congressional map. The LGBTQ community and coastal communities of Long Beach, Signal Hill, Lakewood, Seal Beach, and Huntington Beach should stay in one congressional district rather than going inland to Downey. These communities also share the same coastal issues, which other communities of interest have also requested stay united in one congressional district. Uniting us in one congressional district will better unite and empower coastal LGBTQ+ and environmental communities to elect candidates of choice who will advocate for their shared priorities and concerns in Congress. As for the Coachella Valley, a reminder that the Coachella Valley is home to a historic and vibrant LGBTQ+ community, which includes many of our LGBTQ+ elders in California now, and the first generation of people living with HIV to live in their senior years. These communities need to be united, and we ask that you keep the LGBTQ community united in one congressional district in the Coachella Valley as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will be going to caller 1353. And up next after that, we will be retrying caller 3166. Caller 1353, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commission. I am a resident of Dana Point, and I really find it insensible to place South Orange County in a district that is mostly in San Diego. Southern OC counties such as Dana Point has much more in common with cities like Laguna Beach and Newport Beach, as opposed to San Diego cities such as Oceanside or Encinitas. So there are 15 miles between San Clemente and Oceanside, yet we are not in the same district as these neighboring communities. So these OC beach cities that are along the coast have similar interests, and we're in critical need of infrastructure and being in a district centered around the needs of San Diego would subsequently actually leave us with little representation in South OC. So we would like to have one representative focused on our concerns specifically related to our Orange County coastal communities. Please keep Orange County beaches in one district from Seal Beach to San Clemente. Orange County's coasts deserve one congressional district. Our economy is so reliant on tourism and attracting visitors, both domestic and international, and we need one representative that shares these goals. Being grouped with more inland areas diminishes our abilities to prioritize these issues that our livelihoods depend on. So thank you, Commission. We appreciate the opportunity to address our concerns, and we're very much appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will be retrying caller 3166. And then up next after that, we will retry caller 9805. Caller 3166, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 3166. So please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. To apologize, caller 3166, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue. Please reach out to the commission in the numerous other ways or later this week. And right now we will retry caller 9805. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 9805. I do apologize. You are able to follow the prompts to unmute. If not, please reach out to the commission in the other ways possible. And right now we will retry caller 5699. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute if you can. Not having much luck on the retries tonight. All right. I do apologize, caller 5699. If you will please reach out to the commission in the other ways possible. And I believe we have one more of two more. Caller 9517. You will please attempt to follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, this is Minbo. I called today to make my comment because they're very important to me, my children, family, and friends. Thank you for hard working during the process. We are asking you to look at the Little Saigon Assembly street again. Almost there. I live in Huntington Beach for 3 years and want to be represented by the assembly member in the Little Saigon. We will get lost and be ignored if we are with Little Saigon. Remove them. It has a majority Hispanic communities. They should have. They should be with their communities' interests. We have no common interest with them. And all the north of Garfield Street to Seapoint Street in Huntington Beach, they help us with
30 seconds.
Finish Little Saigon and have give us in Huntington Beach the assembly membership who understand and can help us. Thank you very much. And
15.
Thank you so much. And we will be retrying call in user 2. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And to apologize. Oh, there we go. The floor is yours. Calling user 2, you may want to double check your telephone. Make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
What number did you call?
I don't have your number, but it is you. The floor is yours.
All right. Well, I think I'm hearing. My name is Xavier, and I'm from the harbor areas, both Long Beach and San Pedro, and I think that it always makes sense to follow natural borders. When you look at the current district that runs alongside the coast, pretty much from Newport Beach up to the county line, and then up along Los Alamitos up to Las Palmas and the edge of Grand Park. That's a metro district, and it does two things. It covers the Orange County, LA County line, and it also groups together the beach cities that need to remain together. Now, the other part of this equation that I think is important for you to consider, which has been mentioned before, is that we have two ports, Long Beach and San Pedro, and they are the two largest ports in America. That
30
handling
seconds.
40% of the trade, and therefore, if you start breaking them up or finagling them from Orange County, there's a reason that they call them border of the Orange Curtain, okay? Because they're completely different areas, and so I think it's important. And also, you have in Long Beach the LGBTQ community, and you kind of want to keep that on the edge of Orange County with the other ones that were mentioned earlier.
And that is all of our callers at this time, Chair.
Thank you very much, Katie.
You're welcome.
So we've come to the end of our list. Thank you very much to all those who've called and commented, and for all those who are listening. We really appreciate you and expect to hear from you again tomorrow. On that, we're done with our business for today, and we'll resume the meeting again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thank you.